dispatch of business. The Honorable Paul C. Ridgway, President presiding. Yes, God save the state and this honorable court. Be seated and remain quiet. All electronic devices need to be shut off at this time. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. Yes. All right, I'm informed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm informed by the bailiffs that the defendant is not yet present here. He is making his way up here, so we should be in a position to start in a few minutes. We're going to stand at ease until that point. The bailiffs will let me know when we're ready to proceed. Stand at ease.
Yes, Your Honor. Superior Court stands at ease. Superior Court back in session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'll now proceed. Just by way of sort of orientation in this matter, on January 21st of this year, the defendant, Austin Thompson, who pleads guilty to 5 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury, and 1 count of assault on a law enforcement officer with a deadly weapon. All of these offenses had an offense date of October 13, 2022. The plea to each of these offenses is an open plea. In other words, the defendant pleaded guilty to each offense with no agreement or plea bargain with the state, leaving sentencing to the discretion of the court. But in large part, the sentencing in this matter, and in particular for each of the 5 first-degree murder offenses, is prescribed by North Carolina statute. However, due to the defendant's age at the time of these offenses, decisions of the United States Supreme Court, the North Carolina Supreme Court, and North Carolina statutes provide special consideration that must be given to the sentencing of this defendant. On January 26, several days ago, I entered an order finding and concluding that the factual basis provided at the guilty plea of the defendant to these offenses of first-degree murder supported a finding of malice, premeditation, and deliberation, which in turn requires what's known as a Miller v. Alabama hearing, namely the sort of hearing that we are embarking upon today. This hearing, in large part, is the opportunity for the court to gather and understand information from both the state and the defense that will inform the court's ruling. There are several procedural rules that I will impose. First, the rules of evidence do not strictly apply to these proceedings. However, the defendant is entitled, under the Constitution of the United States and North Carolina, as a person standing before this court for sentencing, to be sentenced based upon reliable and accurate information. As such, the touchstone for admissibility of information given during these proceedings shall be whether the information is reliable and accurate. Second, the rights of victims are also protected by the North Carolina Constitution and North Carolina law. In particular, for the purposes of this hearing, families and loved ones of deceased victims, surviving victims themselves, have the constitutional right to be present and to be heard. I anticipate that during these proceedings, victim impact statements may be offered and received by the court. I know, having presided over many sentencing proceedings over 20 years on the bench, that impact statements will be tremendously stressful for all, most notably the speakers. But these statements are so important to our system of justice and our need as a court and as a society to hear and understand the victim of crime upon the victims and victims' loved ones. The scope of victim impact statements is governed by statute. While the court may well permit victims to offer statements without interruption, the court is acutely aware of the permissible scope of victim impact statements as delineated by North Carolina law. And at the end of the day, the court will not rely upon those portions of statements that may exceed statutory boundaries and will disregard and not consider any portions of statements, if any, that may be perceived as so prejudicial so as to render the proceedings fundamentally unfair. By agreement of counsel this week, we will receive evidence and information from the state of North Carolina. Next week, beginning on Tuesday, February 10th, the defense will have an opportunity to present evidence and information. We anticipate that these proceedings will conclude toward the end of next week. With that being said, I'll turn it over to the state. If there's anything else that we need to take up before we proceed, I'll be glad to hear from counsel.
Your Honor, if you find it appropriate, we'd ask for both sides to make a brief opening statement that we've had prepared. I think it will probably streamline a few of the issues if we know that we're some agreement on both sides. If Your Honor would allow us to do that, just a couple of minutes.
Whatever Your Honor's pleasure.
I'm satisfied with hearing from the state, and at the beginning of the defense presentation, if they wish to make an opening statement at that time, I'll allow that. But we'll proceed simply with the state's presentation this week, as agreed. Mr. Latour.
Your Honor, the state would call Lynn Gardner to the stand.
Good morning, Ms. Gardner.
Good morning.
Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right. Face Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Please be seated, ma'am. Adjust that microphone if necessary.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
When you get a moment, just make yourself comfortable up there, and when you have a chance, if you'll please introduce yourself to the judge, just tell him your name, and if you can, just spell it for the court.
Okay. My name is Marcille Lynn Gardner. Marcille, Marcille.
Ms. Gardner, when's your birthday? I don't need the year, but the day.
Well, I'm not ashamed. October 15, 1962.
Okay, thank you. And at the time of around October the 13th of 2022, where were you living?
Hedingham,
Okay. And how long had you lived in the Hedingham neighborhood?
since January of 2020.
All right. And do you know what the address was that you lived at there, or at least the street name?
2172 Castle Pines Drive.
Okay. And during the time that you lived there, did you become friendly with or know Nicole Connors?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know where she lived at the time?
Yes.
Where did she live?
Across the street.
Okay. So you guys were neighbors.
Yes.
And from time to time, would you hang out with each other?
Yes, we would.
And what kinds of things would you do with Miss Connors?
Well, we both had fur babies. And we would walk our dogs frequently. We would sit on my porch at times and people watch and have girly conversations, and we'd sometimes be on her porch, people watching and watching our dogs play.
What kind of dog do you have?
I have a Yorkie Chihuahua mix.
And how old is your dog?
Baby is 5.
Okay, and is that her name, Baby?
Yes.
And
not
you-
B-A-B-Y.
Okay, how do you spell it?
B-A-E-B-E-E.
Okay, and you said that you and Miss Connors would both walk dogs. Did she have a dog at that time?
She had a Yorkie, and her name was Sammy.
Okay. And on or about the 13th of October, so that was about 2 days before your birthday?
2 days before my 60th birthday, yes.
And 2 days before your 60th birthday, did you and Nicole decide you were going to do anything together?
As a matter of fact, yes. I was off the 13th of October. I was planning on taking a trip to Wilmington to celebrate my birthday, and I was running errands. And as a matter of fact, Baby was at the groomer, and I came home, and Nicole saw me going into the garage, and she called me. And when she called me, she's like, "What you doing home?" I said, "Girl, me and Baby going to the beach." She's like, "I want to take you out for your birthday." I said, "You don't have to do all that." And she was like, "Well, I want to. I'm going to take you to dinner." So we decided to go to Red Lobster for dinner that evening.
All right, and when you say dinner, do you know around what time we're talking?
We left from around maybe 4:30ish.
Okay. So early afternoon, or late afternoon,
after-
early evening.
Right.
Okay. And I hear you talking about Baby. Were you and Baby is very important to you, right?
Yeah, she's my piece.
Okay. And was Sammy the same for Nicole?
Sammy, yes. They were our fur babies.
I get it. And so the two of you decide you're going to go celebrate your birthday at Red Lobster. Did you go do that?
We did.
All right. And at some point, did you guys come back home after being at Red Lobster on that day?
We did. On the way back home, we decided to take the girls for a walk for the evening, and we agreed to meet after she dropped me off 10 minutes later at her mailbox. So I went to my house and put my leftovers down and got Baby leashed up and walked across the street and was standing in front of her mailbox waiting for her and Sammy to come out.
Okay. And at some point, did her and Sammy come out?
Well,
Or do you remember?
I don't recall them coming out.
And I want to ask you about that. As a result of what happened that day, do you have some gaps in your memory?
Yes.
Okay. And but do you remember some of the events that happened that day?
I do.
All right. And so while you were out and you've got Baby with you, and at some point, did you see the defendant?
While I was standing at Nicole's mailbox, I was looking at her front door, willing her and Sammy to come out, because in my mind, I had stuff to do, get ready to go on my trip. So I'm standing there looking at her door, and I see on my left peripheral someone standing next to me. but I didn't turn my head to look. I was so fixated on Nicole's door, willing them to come out.
And what about the person that you saw to your side stood out to you, if anything?
Well, I did notice that the person standing next to me had on black camel pants.
Camo is in camouflage?
Right.
All right. And is that the only thing that stood out to you at that time?
Yes, it stood out to me. I don't know why, but it just did.
Okay. And while you're standing there, what, if anything, happened after you saw this person with the black camouflage?
Well, I noted that I hear this, my rendition of what I heard was bang, bang, bang.
Okay.
And then I heard Nicole say, "Why are you shooting us?"
And did you see the person that Nicole referred to as shooting you?
No.
Okay. When you heard the bang, 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 did you feel anything?
No.
What happened to you? What did you do when you heard that?
Well, I noticed that I'm no longer looking at Nicole's door. I'm looking up at the sky.
Okay.
And as I'm looking up at the sky, I'm talking to myself like I'm talking to you. Why am I looking up at the sky? So I'm surveying my surroundings. I'm looking left and right. And then I looked down at my body and saw that I'm lying in a pool of blood.
Okay.
So for me, immediately I went to prayer. Abba, Father, if it's your will and your way to take me home, I'm ready. But if it's not your will and your way to take me home, send me your strength and some help.
Okay. And were you able to see Nicole at that point?
I don't remember. I just remember hearing her say, "Why are you shooting us?"
And I know that you said you're laying down and you look down and see the blood. Do you feel anything at that point? Or
I did not.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
What's the next thing that you remember after looking down and saying your prayer?
I remember someone talking, and I could tell it was people from the EMS people. I remember being in the EMS truck because I remember the shaking, the movement, and that's it.
The person that injured you and ultimately ended up killing Nicole, did you hear them say anything?
I don't recall, no.
So you're on the ground and you remember the next voices you hear are EMS or the people there trying to help you.
Correct.
And you remember this shaking in the back of the ambulance. Ultimately, do you end up at the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And do you know how long you were in the hospital?
Well, when my first recall of being conscious, I was in an ICU unit. And a co-worker of mine was there visiting me, and I remember her asking me, "Lynn, do you know where you are?" And I was like, "No." And she's like, "You're in the hospital." And I'm like, "Why?" And then she's like, "You've been shot." I'm like, "I was what?" And she said, "You've been shot." And then she went on to explain that she went on to tell me that Nicole was shot and she was dead.
Mm-hmm. And when she told you that, what was your reaction?
I was numb. I couldn't comprehend that my friend was gone.
Yes, ma'am. And do you know how long after you had been shot that this was approximately that you're having this conversation and finding out about Nicole? I mean, was it the same day? Was it a week? A month?
I think, from my recall, it was maybe a week, 10 days later. Because in my mind, I'm thinking it's maybe like the weekend, but I was told that we're in another week, so it was some time lapse.
Okay. And during that time lapse, do you know if you were sedated or unconscious? Have you found that out?
I was told that I was injured severely, such that I was on life support to keep me alive. My mouth was wired, so I couldn't speak. I recall having to use a tablet to communicate because I couldn't talk.
When you say use a tablet, like a computer to type in?
Right.
Okay. And how long did that last that you couldn't use your voice to communicate, that you had to use this tablet? And I know that I'm not asking you to be very specific.
Right. It's
your best guess.
Yeah. Because of the shooting, my short-term memory is a little wonky.
I understand.
And I remember speaking to another co-worker that I revere as my daughter, my chosen daughter, and she was filling the gaps and let me know, what happened. And I remember asking, "Where's baby?" And she's like, "She's taken care of." And the family that lived across the street from Nicole ended up taking her in and keeping her for me for the 3 months I was in the hospital.
Okay, so about 3 months you were in the hospital?
I was in the hospital. I entered October 13, 2022. My discharge date was January 18, 2023.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about your injuries that you suffered, but can you tell the judge, the best of your recollection, were you shot?
Yeah, I was shot several times, and I still have a bullet fragment in me.
Okay, walk us through, if you will, where you were injured, and kind of what the injuries that you suffered were.
I was shot in my left arm. I was shot in my torso. I was shot on my right thigh, and I was shot in my face.
And you said that there's still a bullet fragment in you. Can you tell us?
There was 5 found in me, and
now were those shotgun pellets?
They were pellets, yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know the difference because I never even touched a gun, so I just know they were fragments of a bullet that entered my body.
All right. And you said there were 5 that were found?
There were 5 in there, and right before I got out of the hospital, I had a surgery and 4 was removed, but there was 1 left because of where it was located, and the surgeon was not wanting to disturb it because we could have, messed up some.
Okay, well, tell us what you mean by that.
Well, it's in my left breast, and that's where the heart is. So when he removed it, he wasn't comfortable where that last one was, so he left it in there.
Okay. And so today, is it still inside you?
It's still in there.
Okay. And you said that you had your jaw wired shut for a while.
Yeah, because I was shot in my face, and I had fractures in my face, and they wired my mouth to help my face mend.
Okay. And you've already told us that because of the shooting, you I think your words were your short-term memory is a little wonky.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about what other long-term effects, if any, you have suffer from?
Well, I have this condition called paresthesia, and it's nerve ending damage, and I have a numbness, pins poking at me, top of my lip here, bottom of my lip here, and on my chin. The shooting caused very severe damage to the eustachian tube on my right ear, which caused severe hearing loss, and I now wear a hearing device to hear. I lost some teeth, and I was blessed to get a smile makeover, so my grill was right. But there's something else I'm missing. After I was discharged, I developed a hernia.
Okay.
And I had a hernia repair with mesh. So when I was told the different surgeries, I had several surgeries to keep me alive. And in one of the surgeries, some small intestines were removed. I lost my spleen. And there's a burning sensation on my tongue.
Is that constant?
It's chronic, yes.
Okay.
Just like the numbing on the top and bottom lip and chin.
So those don't go and come; they stay all the time. Is there anything else that you can think of right now that, as a result of the injuries that you suffered that day, that bothers you?
Well, I'm not happy to have that metal inside of me.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And
does that cause you any discomfort?
It does. It moves. Sometimes it moves under my armpit, and then it's back in the left breast. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think you present in a very positive way for somebody who's gone through all of this. How has it affected you emotionally?
Believe it or not, I feel for the family members who lost loved ones on that day. I lost a dear friend. But because who I am and what I believe in has given me the grace to forgive the young man who shot me. Being a Christian, I don't just talk the talk, I walk the walk. And I remember being in ICU and the TV was on, and I remember this old country preacher was on, and I remember him talking about Ephesians 4:32, forgive your brothers and sisters as I've forgiven you. And that's when I got the conviction to forgive the young man who shot me. Because, like I said, if I'm going to talk the talk, I got to walk the walk. And that's what I believe. Lord Jesus wanted me to forgive him so that I can have peace and be obedient to his will and his ways. Because to me, unforgiveness is like making poison for somebody you hate and then drinking it yourself. So it's just who I am.
Well,
now, don't get me wrong.
Okay.
I'm not forgiving to free him. I'm forgiving to free me.
Fine. Well, let me ask you, even with this forgiveness, do you think about this at all?
Not a whole lot, to tell you the truth. I don't.
Did you have to, you said that you feel for the victims that have, or the family members of the people that lost people that day.
Correct.
Have you had conversations with them about this?
I have. Tracy, Nicole's husband, and I were friends, and we converse, we text, we been on a couple of outings. We went bowling, had dinner, and I know we had a celebration. The Raleigh PD got the families together and provided lunch for us, and I was able to meet some other families who were affected by October 13, 2022. So I just feel like, even though I lost a dear friend, I've met some new friends.
And have you been able to receive support from them and give them some support through all of this?
Oh yes, yes.
Do you as a result of all of this, do you still live in Hedingham, or have you moved?
No, when I was in a hospital, some friends, my chosen daughter and a dear friend moved the things out of the Hedingham house for me, put in storage. And when I was discharged in January, I found a place in Fuquay, and I was out there for a couple of years.
Okay. Have you been back to the Hedingham neighborhood since?
I have visited the family who kept baby for me. I have another friend that I've visited since leaving the neighborhood. So I've been out there a few times. I was out there for the first vigil.
And how does it make you feel to go back to the neighborhood?
I mean, I don't have any hard feelings about what happened to me. I mean, I look at it as part of my journey.
Well, you say that you don't have any hard feelings about what happened to you, but you also said that you've entered into this world of forgiveness for you and not to free the defendant.
Right.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you mean by that?
Well, when I got convicted to forgive, when I heard that scripture, and what I believe is Lord Jesus died for me, my sins, and forgiveness. And if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. So that's what I do. I'm obedient to his will and his way. I know what peace is. I was at peace prior to the shooting. When I was in the hospital, I received so much love from people I didn't even know. And that's because of, I don't just talk the talk, I walk the walk. So I know that doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do works for Lynn. And that's why Lynn does it.
Yes, ma'am. So you've told us a little bit, and you may have already answered this for us, but is there anything that you would like for the judge to know about how this has all affected you and kind of what you would like to see as a result of all of this as it relates to the defendant's sentence and anything that you haven't shared with us through my questions about how this has affected you and your family members and friends?
Okay. Well, Your Honor, I thank you for this opportunity to share my story with you. I know sometimes it's a little challenging for people to wrap their head around why I am the way I am, and I can't deny sometimes it's like, really, Lynn? But I am obedient to Lord Jesus. And I don't judge people. That's not my role. What this person did on October 13, 2022, I don't understand it. I don't condone it. I don't take light of it. It saddens me to think about not being able to talk to my friend again. When I wear this bracelet right here, she gave this to me because she and her husband went on a vacation and I took care of her fur baby. Even though she was at the house with her brother, I would walk her twice a day. And that relationship was blooming into a very good friendship. And we both needed a friend at that time that I was in the neighborhood because I was there because I experienced a failed relationship, a 35-year relationship, and my former husband divorced me. But after the divorce, I found residence, a place to stay at Hedingham because I thought, it was a family-oriented neighborhood. It was a golf course community. It was beautiful parks there. The landscape was beautiful. The neighbors were friendly. But I want you to use your wisdom and your heart to make a decision on the sentencing for the heinous crime this young man did on October 13, 2022. I know it's a burden for you. It's a burden for me to think about these families who will never see their loved ones again. But it's my prayer that they get peace with what happened and be blessed to live a life and hold those good memories of those family members that are no longer with us. Thank you.
Do I have any other questions, Your Honor?
Questions?
No question. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Tracy Howard.
Come this way, Mr. Howard. Let you sit your stuff down. Mr. Howard, good morning. Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right. Face Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. May be seated.
Please be seated, sir. Adjust that microphone if necessary.
Mr. Ball?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Once you're comfortable up there, if you could just introduce yourself to the court and spell your name for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Tracy Howard, Tracey Howard.
And Mr. Howard, back in October of 2022, where were you living?
Sahaley Way, 5535. Sahaley Way.
And is that in the Hedingham neighborhood?
Yes.
How long had you lived there?
About 3 years at that time.
Okay. Who lived with you? Can you tell us what your situation was there?
Yes, it was me, my wife, and her brother, and Sammy.
And who was Sammy?
Sammy is the dog, our pet, a family member.
Okay. I think we've heard him described. Was it a he or a
She.
her? She.
Yes.
We've heard her described as a fur baby.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And who were you? Who was your wife at that time?
Nicole Connors.
And how long had y'all been together?
I think we were married. Just had our 5th anniversary.
Okay. Can you tell us what brought you to that location, to that Hedingham neighborhood home?
Well, I was in charge of finding the place while Nicole, she was still in Ohio. She hadn't moved down here yet. She put me in charge of finding the place.
Okay.
So I searched around and I came across the Hedingham neighborhood. I thought it was a nice neighborhood. I seen, a lot of people walking their dogs, so I thought that would be perfect for her. And I just seemed like a nice neighborhood.
And those 3 years that you were living there, did it seem like a nice neighborhood to you?
Yes.
During on October 13th, well, I'll back up. You just heard from Miss Gardner. Did you know her back then?
Yes.
And how did you get to know her?
I basically met her through Nicole, I believe. I don't remember the meeting, but I believe I met her through Nicole.
Okay. And we've heard Miss Gardner, talk about walking the fur babies.
Yes.
Was that something that happened fairly regularly?
Every day, 3, 4, 5 times a day.
Did you ever partake, or was that
every now and then? Sammy, she wouldn't let anybody else walk her. She used to, just her mother.
Okay. She's
Yeah.
partial to Nicole.
Yes.
Okay. On October 13th of 2022. Do you remember Miss Gardner and Nicole getting ready to go for a walk?
No.
Okay. Tell us what you were up to that day.
While they were out at dinner, I decided to go to the store, pick up a few things for my lunch for work that night. And I needed to stop at the hardware store, pick up some light bulbs.
Okay. So you knew that they had gone out to lunch for the birthday dinner?
Yes.
How long did y'all leave at the same time, or?
No, they left there probably about an hour before I did.
And about how long were you gone, if you remember?
I would say it was probably about an hour, because it took me a while to find the light bulbs that I wanted. So I was back and forth in Lowe's.
Okay.
So it was about an hour.
Okay. While you were out running these errands, did you have any communication with Nicole at all?
Not while I was running the errands. She texted me, but I didn't receive it. I didn't hear the text. I didn't hear my phone buzz. I must, in Lowe's, I must have not heard it. But that was, she texted me, she called me before, she called me while they were on their way to the restaurant to let me know that a package had arrived for me.
Okay. When you were done running these errands, can you tell us what happened next?
Well, after I finally found everything I needed, I arrived, I pulled up the street. I pulled in the driveway. I seen Lynn laying on the sidewalk. I didn't recognize her at first. So I turned to go run in the house to get Nicole to see if she knew what was going on. But as soon as I turned towards the door, I seen Sammy laying there. And she was bleeding.
Where was Sammy?
On the porch.
And where was that in relation to where you saw Lynn?
Basically, straight ahead. As soon as I turned to my right, I was facing the porch, and I seen Sammy there.
And what was, I think you mentioned Sammy was bleeding. What was Sammy's condition?
Sammy, she was bleeding from the mouth. I could tell she was no longer alive.
What else did you see when you got there?
So I walked up to the porch, and I looked to my left and I seen Nicole. I couldn't see her from the sidewalk because the bushes were hiding. And I seen Nicole laying on the porch, and she looked like she was mortally wounded also.
What was it that made you think that?
I could tell by her eyes that she was no longer with us.
Was there anything else around her, or?
Basically, we had some plants that were on the porch. They were strewn over the place. They were strewn through the yard, and the table was knocked over. The patio table was knocked over. Chairs were knocked over. So
once you saw that, what did you do?
I kind of panicked, man. I didn't want to touch anything. I just didn't know what was going on. I didn't want to walk through the front door because kind of figured, I thought maybe it was, a robber, burglar or something. So I turned and I was going to go through the garage door, go through the house to the garage. But as I got to the garage, I seen her brother walk to the house. And I figured that, well, if anyone was in there, they would have seen him in there. So I figured there was no one in the house.
Did you have a conversation about what was going on?
No, I just asked him what was going on. I asked him what was going on. He said he didn't hear anything. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't hear anything. I told him that I believe Nicole is dead.
What did you do next?
I called 911. I called, and then as I was talking to 911, I went across the street to Lynn's neighbor, Sherry, and asked her, did she see anything? Did she know what was going on?
Now you're talking to us now, and your demeanor is very calm right now. What was your demeanor like? How were you acting then?
I don't remember. I know I was definitely panicked, in disbelief. I couldn't believe what I had seen. I was just I didn't know how to act or how to feel.
When you are on the phone with 911 and you're requesting help, can you talk to us about how that went?
It's been so long. I don't really recall how it really went, but I know that I heard ambulances, the ambulance and the police cars in the background. I figured they were on their way. I don't remember the conversation with the 911 caller, but not long after that, the ambulance arrived.
Was it a little frustrating for you how long it felt like it was taking them to get there?
Yes, it was frustrating, but once the ambulance got there, I was trying to stop them to let them know that this was the house that I called from, but they kept going down the street. But they eventually turned back around and stopped at the house and took care of Lynn and Nicole.
And I hate to go back to this, but when you saw Lynn and Nicole, what type of injuries did you think they had? Did you notice any?
I noticed the gunshot wounds.
Is that something that you had ever seen before?
No, I've never seen nothing like that before. But I could tell they had been shot bad.
So the ambulance arrives. What happens next?
Well, the ambulance arrives and they take Nicole, Lynn, pick them up, take them to the hospital, I believe. I was gonna go up to the hospital. I was gonna follow the ambulance, but at that time the police had arrived and told me that I had to leave the car there. They said it was part of, its evidence now.
Okay.
So,
was there some damage to a car?
To her car, yes. That was parked in the garage. It was damage to her car.
What do you have any idea what kind of damage?
It had, radiator damage, tires had been shot. And
gunshot damage?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Now, when this is all going on, did you have any idea that there was anything else that had happened or was happening in your neighborhood?
I had no idea. I didn't know what was going on. I hadn't heard anything.
So it sounds like you didn't follow the ambulance to the hospital.
No.
So what did you do?
I talked to a few police officers at that time, Mr. Tripp, I believe, Detective Tripp, and I started just walking around and trying to comprehend what was going on. So I stopped at my neighbor's house across the street and just sat on his porch until he came outside, and he sat out there and talked to me for a while.
And during this time, it sounds like you're trying to just get your head right or calm
Yes.
down. I think you said you spoke to several officers.
Yes.
At some point, and I'm assuming, but when you talk to them, what did you tell them?
I just basically told them what I knew. I just told them, what happened, how I came home and found them. That's all I could tell them.
At some point, then, did you get to the hospital?
Yes. One of the officers came up to me while I was sitting on the porch and told me that my wife was still alive. And asked me could I get to the hospital. And my neighbor, he offered to take me.
What happened once you got to the hospital?
I got to the hospital, and they were doctors told me they were still operating on her. Then so I sat around with the hospital chaplain. She comforted me the whole time I was there. Eventually, they took Lynn to her room and told me that I could go see my wife.
Okay. And when you went to go see, what happened?
When I walked in the room, I immediately said that's not my wife.
It was Lynn.
Yes. I believed it was Lynn. She was unrecognizable at that point.
Did you know at that point then the status of Nicole?
Yes. Because they told me that they asked me, they were asking around. I heard them ask, had anybody else been operated on? They said no. And so at that time I figured that she didn't make it.
And at some point, did someone officially come
Yes.
tell you that?
Yes.
How long were you at the hospital, if you remember, before you actually found that out?
It was maybe five hours, I believe. It was late into the night once they finally told me. It was about 11 o'clock at night when they finally came and told me that I could visit.
And once you found that out, what did you do? Where'd you go?
I walked outside the hospital. I left the chaplain and walked outside the hospital, just walking around. And I was waiting on her sister, her family to get there. They were coming from Charlotte. And not too long after I walked outside, they arrived, and I let them know what happened. And we went back in the hospital, and they took us down to the morgue to view the body.
After that, I imagine you had. Well, did you go back home?
No, we weren't allowed to go back to the house that night. They had everything taped off. So we got a hotel for the night.
Did you eventually get a chance to go back home?
Yes, the next day, around midday, we were allowed to go back home.
Do you still live at that location?
No.
How long after this happened did you move?
I moved in April of 2023 from that residence.
Ms. Gardner mentioned some of the things that some gatherings of other victims' families that have taken place. Have you taken part in those?
Yes, most of them, yes.
Once you were able to learn more about what had happened, did you realize where the defendant lived compared to you?
Yes, I knew where he lived. Yes.
Did you know him before this happened?
Not really, no.
Have you had any interaction with him?
You know, when I would see him coming, walking to and from the bus stop, and I might speak to him every now and then. Usually, no reaction.
And so where, just so the court knows, where in relation to your house did he live?
2 doors down from me.
Mr. Howard, I imagine, well, I know that this has had a huge impact on you. What would you like the court to know about how this incident has impacted you and your loved ones since October 13th of 2022?
Well, this Austin's actions, broken me. I don't enjoy the things that I used to do. I feel socially awkward now. I don't like to go anywhere. Because I feel guilty about having fun without my wife. It's left me emotionally, financially. Left me unstable. Thank you. I plan on saying a lot up here, but I can't get through it.
Thank you for what you have said, Your Honor. No further questions.
Questions?
No, thank you for being
May we approach the next witness?
conference, so we're going to take a 15-minute recess to allow that to be set up, and then we should resume in about 10 minutes, about 15 minutes past the hour.
Superior Court being recessed 15 minutes.
You want me to test the,
Yes, sir.
Yes, can you hear me?
that seems to be.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Just give us
Sure.
just give us 1 moment. We'll be right with you.
Thank you.
All right, everything ready to go? All right. All right.
Come to order, please
thanks,
remain
sir.
seated. Quiet. Superior Court back in session.
All right, Mr. Baum.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state, by video conference, would call Dustin Poole.
All right, I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to Mr. Poole. If you follow the clerk's instructions, Mr. Poole.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and is this your solemn affirmation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Baum. Mr. Baum.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Poole. Can you just spell your name for us? We've got a court reporter here that is taking this down, so I want to make sure we get your name right.
Okay, and I'm not sure if it matters, but I can no longer see you.
Oh.
I myself had to re-click the bottom where the video was. It had turned off for some reason.
How about now?
No, but as long as you can see me, that's fine.
Yes, sir. I think as long as we can see him, that's the most important.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. And then if you could just spell your name for us, please.
Dustin, last name Poole.
And thank you for taking the time out of your day to be with us today. Where are you, just generally, currently?
Pennsylvania.
All right. Back in October of 2022, where were you living?
Raleigh, North Carolina.
And where specifically?
Henningham. 6036 Osprey Cove Drive in Henningham.
And when you lived there, did you know a Gabe Torres?
Yes, Gabe was my really good friend.
And where did he live in relation to you?
He lived to the left of me, not the house directly to the left that was conjoined, but the next one over.
Were these like townhouses?
Yes, sir.
Back on October 13th of 2022, were you working outside the home at that time, or what was your situation like?
I just became stay-at-home dad, and I was working part-time doing ride-share delivery.
And when you were a dad, so how old were your child or children at that point?
My daughter it just turned 2 at that moment.
And did your wife live there with you?
Yes, my wife was actually living in the the same residence and was working upstairs.
Oh, so did she have a work from home type of thing?
Yes, sir.
What was at that time? What was your kind of just daily routine while you were being stay-at-home dad?
Me and my daughter would wake up. We would get breakfast. We would go do some type of outside activity. That specific day, we went to the library. We would come home. She would take a nap, and then we would go walk on the trail. Normally, go out, see nature. Try to get outside and do something else for the second part of the day. My wife works pretty long hours, 11-hour days. So that was our general routine, is try to split it with the nap in the middle.
Now, on this particular day, can you tell us what, if anything, did you notice going on outside?
So, at what time frame? At the time of things that happened, or at general?
Yeah, just let's start with when, as you said, things started to happen. What did you first see?
Okay, so like I said, as the day had started, we did our regular routine, went to the library. We then came home. My daughter, at that point in time, took a nap at the same time every single day. She didn't want to take a nap, so she ended up taking a nap very late in the day. And she had woke up probably around 4:45. We got downstairs, I got her settled, and then I was on the phone with one of my really good friends, just chatting up, seeing how his day was going. And as it got closer to 5 o'clock, I was in the kitchen. My daughter was in the living room watching a show, and I was starting to make her a snack. And right around 5 o'clock, as I'm starting to make her a snack, I looked outside and I see a young man. He at that point in time looked like he might have been like 10, 11, 12. I couldn't really tell. He looked very young, and all camo, with a backpack on, and he was carrying a gun, and I saw it outside of my window.
Okay, let me stop you there. About when you first saw this person, how far away approximately was that person from where you were watching?
Not that far. I would say maybe about 10 yards away from where my house was. He was walking pretty close to the border of my house.
Okay.
In the street that came into the end of the cul-de-sac.
And I was just going to ask that. So it's a cul-de-sac with these townhouses around it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then what's behind those townhouses?
It's a trail.
Like the greenway?
Yes. It's been some years, so I forget what it's specifically called. The Noose Trail, Noose River Trail, is directly behind the house. And there's one specific way to get through the houses behind our house that gets to the trail. And most locals know how to get down there from that specific spot.
So you saw this person walking, and you mentioned you saw that this person had a gun. What, if anything, do you remember about the gun? What kind was it, if you know?
I don't know. I just remember the gun was as big as the kid. It was, and that was the alarming part to me, is that it was pretty. It looked like if you put the barrel of the nose down and were to stand straight up, it would be as tall as the kid.
And I imagine that caught your attention.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that this person had a backpack on. Can you describe the backpack?
Don't recall much about the backpack besides it was a backpack. Just the fact that the kid was wearing all camo and had a backpack and had a pretty large gun he was holding and walking with.
And what, if anything else, did you notice while you're watching this?
I was just watching his path, and that he was walking straight, and then as soon as at this point in time, I saw Gabe's car at the same time, all the way on the opposite side of the cul-de-sac. The kid made a right turn and headed straight towards Gabe's car.
And what kind of car did Gabe have, if you remember?
It was a Honda Civic, not sure what year, but all white.
And so what did you see next?
As he made that right turn, and I was looking out the window as he was walking straight, and then when he made the right turn, I moved to look out the windows at my door. He had walked straight up to Gabe's car in the front, and then he had shot one time at Gabe, and then he shot a second time.
Oh, there you are. When you saw him walk through the cul-de-sac, can you describe how he was walking?
He was walking very slow at the point in time, and like I said, as soon as he locked eyes with Gabe in his car, he turned and walked right up to his car.
Were you, from where you were standing, were you able to see Gabe in the car?
There was a slight glare hitting it, so I could make out an image, because I knew at that point in time Gabe was working night shifts, so I knew that Gabe was in the car, but I was a faint image of him from the glare. I could see him, but it was like not particularly clear.
Okay. And you said this person fired once into the car. Is that right?
Yes, as soon as he walked up to the car, he fired once and then fired twice. And then
I'm sorry. What part of the car was he firing into, if you remember?
the passenger side.
And then what did you see?
And then he walked to the side of the car and shot in the back window. And at that moment in time, I thought, oh, Gabe's daughter, Layla, was in the car. So I was in complete shock that this person just shot Gabe twice and now has shot Layla, his daughter.
What did you do when you saw this?
At that point in time, when the shots were going off, I was standing on my front step, and I yelled out of shock, "Yo!" Because I was in belief that now my best friend, Gabe, was possibly dead, and his daughter was possibly dead. And I yelled out, "Yo!" And as soon as I did, the kid turned and with complete accuracy and understanding where the voice was coming from, pointed the gun directly at me. And at that point in time, I was looking down the barrel of the gun.
How far away was he at this point from you?
I would say about 15 yards.
And when that happened, what did you do?
I ran in my house because, as I said before, I had just witnessed now a kid shoot Gabe and possibly his daughter. And my first thought was, my daughter's in the house, my wife's in the house, I have to get them to safety. I don't have anything in the house to protect myself, but at least we can get in there and hide. So I slammed the door, I ran in, I grabbed my daughter off the couch. My wife came running down the steps. she was screaming, and I'm yelling at her to get down, get down. We get upstairs, and I realize I didn't lock the door. And when I didn't lock the door, I'm thinking, okay, now this kid knows that I saw him, and he's going to try to come kill me. So I ran back down the steps, locked the door, ran back up the steps, and made sure my family was safe. And then as soon as I made sure they were hiding, I thought, I have to try to save Gabe. And if his daughter's in the car, I got to try to save them both. And I got on the phone with 911, and I called them, and I immediately said, mass shooter shot a police officer. I'm telling them what the name is, and as I am opening up, I looked out the window again to see if the kid was out there, and as I'm doing this, I'm still on the phone with 911. They're asking me if he's breathing, and I didn't even get to the car yet. So at that point in time, I saw that Jasmine had pulled into the driveway.
Okay, let me stop you there. So you knew that Mr. Torres, that Gabe was a police officer. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then you knew, you just mentioned Jasmine. Was that his wife?
Yes.
Okay. So you're on the phone with 911. Did you see where the shooter had gone?
No, at that point in time, when I looked out, I just was thinking, I gotta get to Gabe, and I just gotta make sure that kid's not out there so that I can get to Gabe safely.
At some point, did you go outside?
Yes, and that's when I opened up the door to look. I saw Jasmine, his wife, Gabe's wife, pull in the driveway. She had got out the car, and at that point in time, we locked eyes. She saw the car. She started screaming. We were both running over to the car at the same time. And I'm on the phone with 911 at this point in time, trying to give them the status of what Gabe is and how's he doing.
What did you see when you got there?
First, I obviously noticed the holes in the windshield, and then I noticed that Gabe he was still breathing, but he wasn't talking. He wasn't able to make out anything, and Jasmine was trying to put her hand on where he got shot and possibly stop him from bleeding. I'm still on the phone trying to give the 911 everything that was going on, and just trying to see if we can get Gabe to respond to us at all, and he wasn't.
Did before this happened, when you saw the person who did this shooting, did they appear to have any conversation with anyone?
I didn't see. All I saw was him walking in a straight line and then make that right turn, walk directly to Gabe's car, point the gun at me after the shots, and I yell, yo, and then after that I never saw him again. Or I didn't have any conversation with anyone.
He didn't say anything when you yelled at him?
Not that I recall. Just he looked dead in my eyes, and I saw the gun directly pointed at me. He was very aware and knew exactly where the voice was coming from. And without hesitation, I was looking down that barrel of that gun.
While this is all going on, and you're on the phone with 911, and you guys are attempting to help Gabe. Well, first of all, was there anyone else in the car with Gabe?
Yeah, and while I'm still on the phone with 911, our good friend Brad had ran outside to help Gabe as well.
Okay.
So Jasmine and Gabe in the car, but at that point in time, while they were both in there, I was also still on the phone with 911 and also telling other neighbors. I was screaming as loud as I could, mass shooter, get in the house, get in the house, because the shots were so loud, people had came outside. So I was trying to save as many people as I could to let them know that, hey, I saw this happen, please get back in your house.
But and I guess the question, his daughter was not in the car.
No, I did not see the daughter in the car, and that was the one part that Jasmine was about to get the daughter out the car before she saw his car and just had the back door open. So she was still sitting in the car seat in Jasmine's car.
Okay.
Thankfully.
While this is all going on, what if anything do you hear that drew your attention?
So while I'm on the phone with the police, telling neighbors to get back inside, I hear another gunshot.
And how long after you saw these gunshots into Gabe's car do you think that the second set of gunshots went off? I mean, was it a short period of time? Was it several?
Yeah, definitely a short period of time. It wasn't a long period of time. It seemed like by the time I looked at the gun, got to my family, came back outside, called 911, and was yelling, it couldn't have been a couple minutes before I heard the next gunshot go off. And it was in the distance down the trail.
It sounds like you and your daughter spent a lot of time out in that neighborhood. Had you seen this person before? This person you described with the gun?
No, sir. I never seen him before. That was all, the way the neighborhood is shaped, you normally see people who walk, who are on the trail all the time, who cut to the backyards to get to the trail. It was a very friendly, nice community. So you get to know your neighbors. I was there almost a year and a half before this transpired. So, I knew pretty much everybody in the flow of the neighborhood, but I had never seen him before. That was another reason that drew my attention.
Well, and I imagine it wasn't common to see people walking around with long guns in the neighborhood. Is that fair?
No, not at all.
I want to get back to, you mentioned that Jasmine's daughter was still in her car when Jasmine got home. Did you help out with caring for Jasmine's daughter there that evening?
Yeah, so after the ambulance had came and the police had came and I directed them to where the shooter was and everybody was running down the trail, they had taken Gabe and took him out the car, tried to give him CPR. Then they put him in the ambulance, and at that point in time, when Jasmine was about to leave in the ambulance and go to the hospital, or I don't know how she had transitioned to the hospital, but the last thing I remember was that while she was going to go to the hospital, she had came over and handed us, my wife and me, Layla, and I vividly remember Jasmine crying and having blood all over her, and there was blood all over the diaper bag and on the bottles, and it was a very horrific scene to be handing her child over to us. And then we were responsible for taking care of her for the night. And one of the things that really messed me up with this whole situation, there was a lot of things, but having to now go in the house and be Uncle Dustin, put on Moana, make pizza, dance, try to make my daughter in her lap, knowing that I just saw her dad killed in front of me. And it's just something that just never, just that transition of being in complete shock of what happened, and then now trying to go inside and be normal and be caring for this precious girl that just lost her father. And we took care of her all night. She had to sleep there until we sleep over, and that was the first night ever Jasmine has let Layla leave her side and entrusted people to take care of her.
After this happened, did you take? I imagine the police had some questions and they wanted to get some information from you.
Yes, the police and detectives did come and talk to me. There was a few. I don't specifically recall which ones I talked to, but then about probably around later that night, maybe 8 o'clock, I'm assuming. I don't have a specific time, but it was, if the incident happened around between 5 and 5:15, 5:30, that it was a few hours later before the police came to talk to me, and then they took me over to the police station. I talked with one of the detectives, and then they brought me home.
And when this was going on, did you have any idea that anything else had gone on in the neighborhood or was going on in the neighborhood that evening, like this?
No, besides the other shot down in the down on the trail that I heard, I just assumed that, I've been in education since 2012, so we do, sadly, we do school shooting prevention, mass. So that's why when I called 911, I knew this was a mass shooter. This was just a random act of violence. That's why when I heard it, I didn't know that it had transpired prior, so that things had happened prior to this. But I knew when I heard the shot later that someone else had possibly lost their life.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Your Honor, we do have a couple of questions. Mr.
All right. Mr. Poole, let me make sure you can hear Ms. Lynette or
Mr. Thomas, yes.
All right, Mr. Thomas will have some questions for you on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Thomas.
Yeah. Mr. Poole, can you hear me all right? I'm sitting on the other side of the room.
Barely.
Okay, I'll scoot over.
I can add to the WebEx.
All right. Nah, I'll scoot over.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. Nah, you're fine. Thank you. Mr. Poole, you had been interviewed by the police on a couple of times on this, about this event, correct?
Yes, sir. One time.
Okay, one time. Do you recall going to the police station and giving a recorded interview at some point?
Yes. Who am I speaking to? I couldn't hear first.
I know you still can't see me. I'm Deontay Thomas, and I represent Mr. Thompson.
Okay.
We're in the same. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Thompson. The kid. I don't know his name.
Yes, Austin Thompson. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you reported the same things to the police officers that you've said here in court today, correct?
Yes.
And I think you had said that when you first saw the kid that you were talking about, he looked really young, like he was 10 or 11.
Say it one more time?
You said he looked really young, like he was 10 or 11?
Yes.
Okay. And you had said that the weapon that he was carrying is about as tall as he was?
Yes. Yeah, I couldn't tell his age. He looked like a very young kid.
Okay. And you're basing that on just the height and proportions? What were you basing that on?
Just height and proportions.
Okay. And you had said when he saw your friend, you were talked a couple of times about him making a right turn. Explain that more to us. Like, how would you describe that?
So if you're walking in a straight line and then the position of where Gabe's car was he was walking on a closer line to where my house was. So he would have to walk about almost 5 to 10 yards to get to Gabe's car. So he was walking in a straight line back to where the trail was if he had kept going straight and would have went in between the houses down to that secret trail that gets to the main trail that everybody knew about. But instead he made a direct right turn towards Gabe's car that was sitting on the opposite side of the cul-de-sac.
And that sounds about right. So would you say he like made a 90-degree angle turn and headed towards Gabe?
Yes.
And you had said that once you saw those shots being fired that you had called out to the kid, correct?
After the last shot.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And so you say he did react to you. He didn't say anything to you, correct?
Not that I recall him saying anything, but he did react by locating my voice and looking at me and pointing the gun at me.
Okay. So I assume you presume that he heard you whenever you had called out to him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said he didn't say anything, just pointed the weapon at you?
Yes. I don't recall whether he said anything, but I just remember specifically him pointing the gun at me, looking at me directly in my eyes, and knowing the location of where I was standing.
And you had mentioned with Mr. Bum, the entire time you were looking at him, he was walking very slow.
Yes.
And I think you had described it to other police officers at some point as being slow and nonchalant.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you would just say slow, not necessarily nonchalant.
Just a slow walk.
Okay. And I think you had also described him at some point with the officers as walking like a zombie.
I don't recall.
But he never gave any reaction to you or that you saw with the officer that day, did he? With Gabe.
Can you say that one more time?
You never saw any kind of emotion, or you never heard him say anything to either yourself or Gabe during this time, correct?
He didn't say anything to me, no, or I didn't notice that he said anything to Gabe before he shot him. But when he, like I had said before, when he had turned with intent, and he showed emotion for sure in his face when he had pointed the gun at me.
Okay. And he didn't fire the weapon at you as far as you know, correct?
No, sir.
Hold on one second. No further questions. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ball, anything further?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
All right, Mr. Poole, thank you very much. You're free to go, sir. We appreciate you being with us today.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Further evidence, Mr. Latour?
Your Honor, the state will call Broadrick Green.
Good morning, Mr. Green. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face the mountain court.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ladies.
Adjust that microphone if necessary, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
to her.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you're comfortable, Mr. Green, if you will tell the judge your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Yes, sir. Broadrick Green, Broderrick, Green.
Mr. Green, in October of 2022, where were you living?
In Hedingham, 6024 Osprey Cove, and I still reside there.
Still live there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who were you living with?
My fiance, Maya Craig, she's in the courtroom as well.
All right. And did you, you were just in here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to see the last person's testimony?
Yes, sir.
Did you know Mr. Poole?
Yeah, I know Dustin very well.
All right. And where did you live in relation to where he lived?
He lived 3 doors over. Gabe was actually my next door neighbor, him and Jasmine and Layla. And then next door was someone else, and then Gabe lived on that other side of that person. So 3 doors down to the right.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you if you can slow down just a little bit for the court reporter, because she's got to type down everything you're saying.
I'm so sorry.
Okay? And so you speak a little bit fast, so just
I've been told.
Take a beat and answer the question. Thank
Yes,
you. So you lived 3 doors down, and Gabe was and Jasmine were your immediate next door neighbors.
Yes, sir.
And how long had you lived there?
At that time, we moved there 2021, so right at 2 years and 2 months.
Okay. And how close were you with Gabe?
We weren't necessarily the closest, but by us being next door neighbors, we spoke. Actually, that July we had just gotten a little closer. We all had spent time for the 4th of July together. We did fireworks in the cul-de-sac, all that. So not the closest relationship, but we were on a we got to know each other along the time. So we would talk about different things, mostly high and by, but we did have side conversations sometimes.
Okay. So if you are in your house and you're looking out into the cul-de-sac, right? Is there one road that feeds into that cul-de-sac, obviously, right?
Yes.
And from what direction does that road feed into the cul-de-sac from if you're looking out your front door?
So there's 2 actually. Well, it's just the same road, but it's all. So there's Black Wolf Run. That's the turn. That's where you would turn off from.
Can you start over on the answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So if you're looking out of my home, you can go to the right. There's an outlet street that leads to Black Wolf Run. If you continue straight out of my door, it continues Osprey Cove all the way down.
Okay, so it's kind of the joinder for
Yes.
Osprey Cove and Black Wolf Run, which kind of feeds into your cul-de-sac.
That's correct.
All right. And were you home on October the 13th of 2022?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you were home, did you at some point see Gabe Torres's car?
Yeah, but I was after the fact, after he had been shot already.
I understand.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did see his car.
All right. And in what direction was his car facing when you saw it?
Once I saw it, it was in the cul-de-sac, facing towards going to Black Wolf Run.
Okay.
So how I explained the street, it was facing that way. It's like he had backed up, and now that I know, he was waiting for Layla and Jasmine to come home so he could go and report for his shift.
Okay. And while all this is going on, just before you see the car, what are you doing?
I was actually asleep. So me and both my fiance were both supposed to be outside at that time. It was her birthday. So I was telling her to, go so I could set the house up, get everything prepared for her and everything like that. Thankfully, I didn't wake up in the time that I was supposed to, so she didn't want to leave without letting me know. So she stayed, essentially saving both of us, just to state that for the record.
Okay.
But,
and so when she stayed, at some point, how did you become aware that something might be going on?
She heard it. She woke me up.
Okay.
So I was still asleep. She was trying to wake me up already, but then when she heard that, she's never heard anything like that. So she's like, I think I heard shooting outside.
Okay. And so she wakes you up and tells you she thinks she heard some shooting.
Yes, sir.
Do you wake up at that point?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And when you wake up, what's the first thing that you do?
I go to our second bedroom window. So by that time, when I arrived at the window, Jasmine had just gotten to the driveway. She just completely pulled in to the driveway. So maybe like a minute, 2 minutes had just gone by. By that point, I was able to see Jasmine get out of the car. At that point, she doesn't know that anything has happened.
Okay, well, let me stop you
Yes,
there.
sir.
When you look out the window, you see Jasmine's car. Do you see anybody else outside at that point?
I don't believe so. I heard some screams, and I think I may have seen some people running. I don't recall for sure. I just know by the time I got to the window, I wasn't sure. So I would say no. I didn't confirm that I saw anyone.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So when you look out the window, you kind of are able to see that Jasmine has pulled into her driveway?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what kind of car she was driving?
I believe she had a burgundy, if I'm not mistaken, a Highlander, Toyota Highlander.
Like an SUV type?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you're looking out, you see that. Are you able at that point to see Gabe's car?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And do you notice anything about Gabe's car at that point?
At that time, I couldn't, like Mr. Poole had stated, there was a glare. So from my window, and there's like a tree, so it was covering, and then he had a little tint, so I couldn't necessarily like see that there was a hole. I couldn't necessarily tell exactly what had happened.
All right. So when you see Jasmine there, what's the next thing that you notice?
So Jasmine tried to motion for him. She's trying to wonder, like, why is he not pulling up to say bye, things like that. She's just motioning for him to come on, and he doesn't move.
Like waving her hand?
Yeah, like waving her hand, like, hey, like, what are you doing? Come on, so something like that. So when she notices that, then that's when it kind of clicks that something's not right. So Jasmine makes her way over there.
And you're watching this from
I'm watching
your
this
window?
whole thing, and I'll never forget this. As soon as she got to the car, the scream, it came through the house. Of course, to be expected. She was hysterical, just finding her husband that way.
And when you hear this scream, what do you do?
My first thought, I didn't necessarily know what happened, so I told my fiance, I said, something's wrong. So I go downstairs, and I grab my firearm, and then I proceed to go outside.
Okay. And how far from your front door was Gabe's car?
Not even from my front door, I would say 15 feet.
All right. And so you go outside, you've got your firearm. Where's Jasmine at this point?
She's still in the car. She's still
in
trying
what
to aid
car?
in Gabe's car.
Okay, so she's gone into Gabe's car?
Yeah, she's in the passenger seat at this point, and she's trying to assist him. She's just realizing what's happening, and I got to give it to her. She went right into rescue mode. She did everything she was supposed to do.
Okay. And when you get out there, you see her. What is, at this point, are you looking to figure out if there's any danger out there?
Yeah, but by the time I got out there, Mr. Poole had already told me he was almost, he's of course frantic, but he's almost to my door. He's in between, like, my house and theirs. So he tells me as soon as I come outside, he said, some kid just shot Gabe. So instantly my instincts kicked in, and I was prepared to do whatever I needed to do to protect us at that time.
Did you see anyone that you could protect your family from at that point?
I didn't see him. He was gone by that. He was out of my vision, out of my sight.
All right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So now that you're out there, you've looked around, you don't see anyone, but Jasmine is in the car. What do you do?
I go to help her.
Okay.
As soon as I go, I'm trying to assist her.
Describe for us slowly how you get to the car and what type of assistance, if any, you attempt to give Gabe.
It was just like a fast-paced walk. I'm going with intention. So I'm getting over there. I open the door, and like Dustin stated, Gabe's not responsive. He's still alive. He's still breathing. Jasmine is going into rescue mode, and she's doing everything that you can possibly do in that moment.
Such as?
Jasmine.
Such as
So she's trying to hold him. She's telling him that she loves him. Then she asked me to help him because she's trying to look for different. Well, I think first I'm start back up. First, she asked me to look for his radio, and in the moment of panic, we couldn't get it on. Neither one of us. So
did you find a police radio?
I found it in the back in his duffel bag. So at that point, we switched positions. She asked me to hold his neck, and I give her the radio to see if she can get it on.
Is he bleeding
yes,
heavily
sir.
at this
yeah,
point?
He's bleeding out of the neck. It's streaming down to the point where we didn't know if there was another wound. So Jasmine, at that point, asked me if I can tear his shirt. Initially, I couldn't do it because of my nerves. But only thing I could think about, I can't not give an attempt, and this is going on. You know what I'm saying? This is her husband. I have to do what I can to help. So from somewhere, I got the strength from nowhere, and I was able to tear the shirt, and we discovered that there was not another wound at that time. It was just streaming down.
Okay.
So it was just from the neck.
And so at this point in time, are both you and Jasmine in the car?
Yes, sir.
And are you both attempting to stop the bleeding?
Well, at that point, we're just trying to hurry up and get the ambulance there. So I'm holding his neck. There's people driving by, and I don't know if anyone has put this on the record. There's a neighbor who located the kid within no time. I mean, she came by, asked us what happened, and by the time 2 minutes passed, she was back to tell us a location on the kid.
Where did you find out that the shooter may have gone to?
By the park. And then by that point, when she came back, sorry,
Hold on. When you say by the park, what do you understand that to mean?
there's a park in our neighborhood. So, like, if you come, I'm going to explain since you all don't know. So, if you come out of our street and go to Black Wolf and go all the way up, then there's another street that's Linville Ridge. That's where the park is located.
Okay, so your understanding was that after this, maybe somebody found him at that park.
Someone.
That's what you were told.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. So back to what you were doing, though. You're inside the car attempting to stop the blood.
Yeah, we're just trying to hold it and hold it in place until the authorities can get there.
Okay. And is it just you and Jasmine at this point?
Yeah, at that point, Mr. Poole had gone back in the home. He was on the phone with the police still, but he was just checking on his family and everything.
What is your girlfriend doing at this point in time?
She went and actually got Layla out of the car. She did that when I first went outside. When I first went outside and I got to the car, I turned around and I think I might have asked, or Jasmine might have even told me. She was like, Layla's in the car. So I yelled and I told Maya to go get her. So initially, Layla went into our home until Jasmine was supposed to go to the hospital. So then once she went to the hospital, that's when she came and got Layla and takes her over to the Pools.
Okay. So you and Jasmine are out there rendering first aid. Mr. Poole's in his house. Your girlfriend and Layla are together and safe in the house.
Yes, sir.
Is this a calm situation for you, or are you panicked? Kind of how
it's not a calm situation at all. I'm at this point, I'm very much panicked because I've never seen anything like this up close and personal. Now, I work in funeral business, so I see the after effect, but I've never seen it like this. So at that point, mine's kind of going all over the place, but I'm able to keep myself together.
And so at some point, do and the EMS and police officers arrive?
Yes, sir.
And when they arrive, do you, at that point, are you able to back up and kind of let them do their job?
I had to kind of redirect because when they first got there initially, they were panicked as well, and it's perfectly normal. But they requested for me to take him out of the car. And from what I know, when someone's injured, you can't just move them any kind of way. So since they were the professionals, then I backed up and I told them that they could go ahead and do that.
And so you backed away and they did that?
Yes, sir.
And at some point then, after all of this, you said Jasmine goes to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do right after all of this?
I stayed home. We weren't able to leave. The whole scene was roped off. I had family members trying to, get to us and things like that. No one could get in or out the neighborhood at that time besides who had to.
Has this, you said you lived there then and you'd been there about 2 years and you still live there.
Yes, sir.
Has there been a change in that neighborhood or the way that people behave there since all of this?
For those who are affected, yes. It's very heavy. The ones who were not affected, they go through like nothing's happened, but it's not the same for us. We'll never get that feeling back. Like Mr. Poole stated, our neighborhood was like a mini suburb. So, you can easily go through and drive through and see everybody outside. Everybody. I'm talking about everyone walking their dog. Everyone has a dog in our neighborhood. So everyone's out there every day almost until nightfall.
So it's a pretty busy neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
As far as foot traffic?
Yes, sir.
All right. But with it being that type of neighborhood, did you ever, and your house was pretty close to the Greenway, we've heard.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see people walking around out there with firearms like this?
Nah, that was literally the first time. I'm not even joking. Like, our neighborhood was like the safest place you could have been. And since then, it doesn't feel that way anymore.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Question?
No question.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
For being here.
Your Honor, the state would call Rusty Barnado.
Good afternoon, sir. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face the man.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. May you be seated.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir, or actually good afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to the court? Spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
Yes, Detective Thomas Russell Barnado, V as in Victor, A-R-N-A-D-O-E. I'm a detective with the Raleigh Police Department. I've been employed with the department since 2010 and been in the detective division for the past 8 years.
So were you employed working in that capacity back in October of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Did that afternoon, evening, did you go out to the Hedingham neighborhood?
Yes, sir. We were critically short-staffed on patrol at the time, so detectives were assigned shifts to answer 911 calls, and I was taking a wreck across New Bern Avenue, across from the Hedingham neighborhood, when the calls went out.
And initially, if you recall, what kind of calls were coming out?
Honestly, it sounded to me like a fictitious call, like a prank call. The calls were, what I recall, was for a mass shooter, for that an officer had been shot, and an off-duty officer. And what I couldn't really process in my head was there weren't any off-duty jobs, security jobs that officers were working in the Hedingham neighborhood. So that's what it didn't really make sense to me at the time.
Okay. Did something? I mean, did obviously that changed?
Correct. Additional information kept coming, and I hadn't left the wreck and headed that way. And as I got closer, I didn't know the area or the neighborhood at all. Using systems in the car that weren't there when I was a patrol officer to try to figure all this stuff out. I believe it was my third call of my shift. But as I got closer to Osprey Cove, I actually saw some of the residents come out and waving me and pointing the direction. That's something I've never seen before. So I knew it was a significant incident.
Now, how did you know where to go? That you were getting some information?
Correct. From the 911 call, it gave the address.
And so, do you recall where you went specifically?
I believe it was 6036 Osprey Cove Drive.
And what can you describe the scene when you got there? What did you see?
When I pulled up, there were 2 patrol cars that had gotten there before me. The 2 officers were taking security positions, so they had rifles out, and they were what I now know is the Greenway, but behind the townhomes on the edges. And I saw a white Honda Civic and saw a couple different people from the neighborhood that were trying to help Officer Torres. And I recall there was one uniformed. I thought she was a Department of Corrections officer at the time, but no one was rendering. None of the officers. They were, securing the scene, and so I was the first to help render aid, and with the help of the other people there, help pull Officer Torres out of the car and start trying to give him aid.
I imagine that was a chaotic scene. Were people continuing to arrive?
Correct. Ambulance came a short time after other officers came to help.
And I think you had said you weren't super familiar with that area. Is that fair to say?
I don't believe I'd ever been in that neighborhood before.
When EMS, other people began to arrive, what did you do?
EMS loaded the Officer Torres onto a stretcher and took him in the ambulance, and I rode in the ambulance with them. I told, I believe it was a supervisor, a sergeant that showed up at the scene, asked him to take command of securing the crime scene, and I rode the ambulance with Officer Torres.
When you were trying to render aid to Officer Torres, can you tell the court what types of things you were trying to do and what you observed?
My first impression when I saw him, when I saw his eyes, was that he was deceased. But I don't remember if I remember his shirt was off. I don't remember how it got off, but and I asked one of the other officers or someone to cut off his clothing. I went and retrieved a trauma kit from one of the patrol cars that had bandages for critical bleeding, and I saw just a lot of several gunshot wounds, his neck and chest.
You rode with them to the hospital. Did the emergency personnel continue to try to give life-saving efforts?
They did. They did several interventions. CPR was done most of the time. A few breaks to check for a pulse. I remember them putting IVs in them and had me holding one of the bags as we were driving to the hospital.
And once you got to the hospital, what, if anything, did you do?
At that time, I was a detective in the aggravated assault unit, so shootings was my primary investigative responsibility. So I saw there were two other women in the trauma bay with Officer Torres. So at that point, I kind of switched hats and started the investigative role. Nurses were handing me, we're retrieving pellets, buckshot, from the two deceased and one surviving victim, and so I helped bag that and assign officers different roles.
During your preparation for this hearing, did you review some photographs of the scene there at Osprey Cove?
Yes, sir, I did.
Were those fair and accurate of the scene as it was that evening?
They were.
That approach you're on.
Yes.
Detective Barnado, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1. It's a folder containing numerous printed photographs. Can you just take a second to look through that and make sure those are the photographs that you reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And would they help just explain your testimony and give us a picture of what that scene looked like?
Yes, sir, they would be.
Your Honor, would move to introduce State's Exhibit 1 and publish those via the screen.
Via the screen?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
There you go.
Yes, I am. And this is the first photo in your booklet with, this is image 1620 ending in 1624. What are we looking at here?
So the white Civic there was the vehicle Officer Torres was in when I arrived. He was in the driver's seat. You can see the 3 patrol cars. The furthest one back there would be the one I was driving that day. The one I believe the closest one's the one that I retrieved the trauma kit from.
So this one back here, this is your vehicle back here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you, just from looking where we are, do you recall which way? So this is the road you came in on?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where in the cul-de-sac you located the Civic?
Yes.
And is this the next photograph you've got? This is image 1735. What can you describe what we're looking at here, please?
That's the same car that Officer Torres was in, and on the left would be the driver's side where he was at when I found him.
Okay. When you approached, did you approach the driver's side or the passenger side, or do you remember?
The driver's side.
Next, we'll go to image ending in 1951. This is a closer version, a closer image of that Civic. What, if anything, is of note in this image?
Just looking at placard A is in all the various medical supplies there. You see next to A looks like a large gauze pad that would have been what I was using to try to slow down the bleeding.
Now, are you aware of what is kind of back here behind these homes?
I was not at the time.
Okay. Next image, with regards to more placards in front of the Honda Civic, did you have any idea what those were?
No, I was only at the scene for a pretty brief period of time, and that was in the ambulance. But from my other experience as a detective, I would assume those would be casings. Those are evidence placards.
If we, I think we may be able to zoom in some. Is that?
It looks to be a shotgun shell. The 2 of them.
Sorry. Again, this is from the front view of that same Civic, where we see placards D and E again. When you arrived, did you notice any damage to the Civic?
I really don't recall. I got tunnel vision, and was really just focused on Officer Torres.
And again, this is a picture of the passenger side of the Civic, and over to the our left of the screen looks like placard F. Is it possible for you to tell what that is?
It looks to be another one of the shotgun shells, because they're the same color as the other 2.
And is this a close-up of the windshield of the Civic?
Correct, it is.
And this appears to be the passenger door. Is that accurate?
It does look like the passenger door to me.
And are you able to tell what this is a picture of?
The rear driver's side door.
and image ending in 2356. This appears to be the interior of the car. What, if anything, do you note about the interior of this?
You do see some blood on the seat, but you also see on the right side of the seat in the seam there, looks like 2 shotgun pellets.
And that's what I'm circling here with the pointer.
Yeah, those are buckshot pellets, which are the size of a .38 caliber projectile. Forget how many are in a buckshot. One casing, I believe it's 8, and that's consistent with the wounds that I saw on Officer Torres.
And image ending in 3130. What portion of the Civic are we looking at here?
You're looking at the back seat, and where the stuffed animal is would be right behind where Officer Torres was seated.
And we've heard some testimony about the folks there trying to render aid were looking for his radio. Would this be consistent with his kind of a equipment bag?
Correct. We call that a duty bag, and you can see the kind of coiled wire cable is to his police radio.
That's right. What's in the center of the screen there?
Correct.
This coil. Okay. And then, this appears to be the front driver's seat of the Civic. Based on your training and experience, what is that green rod that we're looking at there?
So that's trajectory rod that helps us to visualize the path that the projectile took. In this case, the shotgun pellets.
And I believe this is the last photo, but does this give a good overall picture of where is this from, if you recall?
I can't recall exactly because I didn't go to that vantage point, but it looks like it's the driveway of one of the neighbors' driveways that's facing the Civic.
So when you parked, you came in from further on up over here to the right. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't need the screen anymore. Thank you, Detective Barnado. I don't think I have any more questions.
Questions for this witness?
I don't have any for this witness.
Thanks, Detective. Michelle?
Your Honor, the state would call Jasmine Torres.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Torres. Ma'am, place your left hand on the Bible. Where's your right? Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Torres, when you get a moment, just make yourself as comfortable as you can be, okay? And tell the judge your name, please.
My name is Jasmine Lynn Torres, and that is spelled Jasmin. Lynn is spelled Lynn. Torres, Torres.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres, I know that this isn't easy, okay? And so just take your time through it. I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? If you need a moment, just take a moment and let me know that, all right?
Yes.
All right. So, Jasmine, you were married, correct?
Correct.
And what was your husband's name?
Gabriel Jesus Torres.
How long were you married to Gabriel?
We got married on June 2nd of 2018.
Did you two have any children?
We did.
Tell me a little bit about your child.
My child's name is Layla.
How old is Layla now?
She's 5 now.
Okay. How old was Layla in October of 2022?
In October of 2022, our little girl had just turned 2.
And where did you live with Gabe? Did you call your husband Gabe?
I called him Gabe.
All right. Where did you and Gabe and Layla live?
We lived at 6028 Osprey Cove Drive, in the Hedingham neighborhood in Raleigh.
Now, you've been in here this time, right?
I'm sorry.
You've been in here today, is that right?
Yes.
And have you been able to kind of hear your neighbors testifying?
Yes.
And you heard Detective Barnado testify?
Yes.
And were you able to look at the photographs of the crime scene that Detective Varnado just testified about?
Yes.
Okay. And in that photograph, or in those photographs, was that your husband's car?
It was.
Okay. And was that kind of your street and where you guys lived?
Yes.
And your husband, Gabe, what did he do for a living?
Sorry. My husband was a police officer for the city of Raleigh.
And was Gabe supposed to work on October the 13th of 2022?
Yes, he had an overnight shift.
And when you have an overnight shift, does that mean you have to go in around 6 p.m.?
Yes, he would have had the 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift.
So he would have to go in before 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. so that he could get there and get ready. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, Gabe, did he wear his uniform into work or did he change once he got to work?
That was a day-by-day decision on his behalf. He was in the Marine Corps prior, and they're taught not to leave home wearing their uniform. Their uniform is to be only worn on base. So his Marine mentality carried into his police mentality, and it took him some time to break away from that. But for the most part, he didn't like to wear it out as an identifier, but I believe he got comfortable as the year went on, just being neighborly with everybody, and so sometimes he would wear it out, but most times no, he would get dressed at the department.
Okay. And you saw Mr. Poole testify, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he live near you guys?
Yes.
You saw Mr. Green testify, Broadrick?
Yes.
And did he also live near you guys?
Yes.
We saw those kind of photos. Are they townhouses that surrounded that part of the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
Do you still live there?
I do not.
And did you leave after this?
Not immediately. I officially moved March, April of 23. March, April time frame of 23.
So several months after.
Yes.
On the day that Gabe was killed, okay, I want to talk to you about that. Can you kind of walk me through what you were doing that day before all of this happened?
He had worked the overnight shift.
So that means he got off about 6?
Yeah, so
Right.
he would get off at 6 and he would head home. And usually I wouldn't have gotten to see him. Our work schedules overlapped. And so when he was getting home, I had already left. But that day was different. The only way I can see it is divine intervention of God. But I was running late for work and trying to get the baby ready to take her to the babysitter, trying to get myself ready. And I just remember texting him, telling him I am so late. And as I'm getting ready to leave the door, he's pulling up, and again, I'm late. I shouldn't have seen him. He should have been home, and I should have been gone. And he worked the overnight shift, and he was a really great husband. So he decided that he would let me not be late and take Layla for me to the babysitter. And granted, he wanted to get home and sleep. But we had really good teamwork, and he took one for the team that day and sent me off to work. So my daughter rode in his car that morning.
And we saw some photographs. There was a car seat in the back there.
Yes.
Is that where she would ride?
Yes.
And there was a stuffed animal there. Was that her stuffed animal?
Yes. Gabe called her Monkey. That's it. That was his nickname for her. And so any monkey stuffed animals we'd find, we have a collection of monkeys in our home. That was just his little pet name for her.
So Gabe got to take Layla to daycare, and you were able to go to work and hopefully not be as late as you were going to be.
Yes.
Did you stay at daycare, or did you stay at work the whole day there?
I did not. At some point in the work day, I'm sorry. At some point in the workday, a transformer blew in the neighborhood, and our office lost power. And again, divine intervention. I just, everything just happens the way it's supposed to. But my manager went around after some time of trying to get the power back on. They realized we're gonna be there all day just sitting there and doing nothing. So they told anyone who had the capability of working remote, which I did, that they were free to go home to finish off the work day. And so I said, okay, packed my things and headed home, and that was around noon.
So when you got home, did you go and pick Layla up at that point?
I did not, because I was going home to work. So yeah, I'm not picking up a toddler until I have to.
That's fair.
But
So you get home, and is Gabe at home when you get there?
he is. He was sleeping. Because he worked the overnight, so he was getting his rest. And then I was able to, when he woke up, give him a hug and be with him and spend some time with him that I wouldn't have gotten if the lights didn't go out at work.
At some point in that afternoon, did you have to go pick Layla up from daycare?
I did.
And did you drive to go do that?
I did.
And when you were going, do you remember around what time that would have been?
Maybe like 4:30. Maybe right before 4:30. I can't. But more to close to the 4:30 time. Maybe a little bit before.
Right around 4:30, before, a little after, but
Yes.
somewhere there. What kind of car did you have?
A burgundy Kia Sorento SUV.
SUV type. And when you went to go pick up Layla from daycare, what was Gabe doing?
Gabe was, well, when I was leaving to go pick her up, he was probably starting to get ready for work. So, shower. Yes, he went to go shower because I remember him showering and me giving him a hug again. And I told him I was leaving to go get Layla.
And did you go get Layla?
I did.
And when you picked Layla up, you were coming back to the house?
Yes.
Did you think that at that point you would get to see Gabe again?
Absolutely. I mean, I was already spoiled for the day, got to see him in the morning and got to see him in the afternoon, so I was hoping to see him again before he went to work.
And when you got back into the neighborhood, did you call Gabe?
I did.
And why did you call Gabe?
Initially I called him to see if he had left yet, because I was trying to get there to see him. Annoying wife things, like I couldn't get enough of him and I wanted to see him. But he had told me like he was leaving for work, that he was heading out, and during that call, we both heard gunshots happening.
Did you know it was gunshot when you heard it?
No.
What did it sound like to you?
Just honestly, like metal. I can't even really pinpoint what I felt during the call, what it felt like, the sound, but it just didn't feel right. It was just some weird sound that didn't feel right, and Gabe knew. I'm sure Gabe knew, and so he told me to be careful and that he was going to check it out.
Well, let me ask you, when you heard this sound, how far were you from your house? You were in the neighborhood?
It's really hard to recall. I just have so many flashbacks from that day, but
well, let me ask you this way.
I keep seeing a stop sign, so I'm thinking I'm in, either approaching to enter Hedingham or at a stop sign in Hedingham. I can't recall.
Well, let me ask it to you this way. When you hear this noise, do you hear it with your ears as in it's around you, or do you only hear it through the phone, or both?
Both.
Okay, so it's close to you, whatever this noise is, close enough for you to hear it outside the phone and in your car.
Yeah, we were both able to hear it.
All right. And you say that he made a comment to you to be careful, and that he was going to maybe go check it out. Did you hear any more of those? Did y'all stay on the phone at that point?
No.
Did you hear any more of what you believe to be gunshots after you got off the phone at that time? If you remember.
Yes, but it was only as I was approaching my home.
So as you're driving up, you hear more gunshots?
Yes.
Is it one or more than one, if you remember?
I can tell you I was looking at some yellow siding of a house. I don't know which house, but it was right before rounding, getting off of Black Wolf Run, heading into the Osprey Cove section where we lived. And so before I rounded that corner, I heard like clacks. Like, that's how I can describe it, was clacks. And
So more than one?
yes.
And when you heard those noises, you keep driving towards your house, is that right?
Yes,
And do you pull in your driveway?
I do.
And when you pull in the driveway, where is Gabe's car that you see?
It's out of the driveway.
Is it in the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
And where's Layla at this point?
Layla is buckled in her car seat, in my car. And I get out my car to unbuckle her. And in my mind, I'm like, yes, I beat him. Like, we get to see him before he leaves. As I'm unbuckling her, I realize that he's not walking to the car. And
Was that unusual? Would he come and help you try and get Layla out of the car and things like that?
Again, this wasn't a usual day. I wasn't supposed to see him, and he was supposed to be gone, and I wouldn't have seen him that day. So, but it is unusual that my husband didn't take the opportunity to come see us. So when I noticed he wasn't moving, I was kind of getting frustrated. Wife frustration, like, hello, what are you doing? So at that point, I stopped unbuckling her, and I peek to see what's going on.
Can you see anything over where his car is?
I just see his car, and then I see what my brain registered as 2 wet leaves on the front of his vehicle.
On the windshield?
On the windshield of his vehicle. And then I proceed to, I just get a little frustrated, and then I just proceed to unbuckle Layla, because at that point, I'm like, well, I'm just going to bring her to him since he's being lazy. Like, he's not getting out the car. So I'm unbuckling her when my brain is registering that it wasn't 2 wet leaves on the front of his car, and that it was, in fact, bullet holes, what I believed, because I hadn't seen that before in my life.
And so do you leave Layla in the car?
I leave Layla strapped in the car, and I run to my husband.
And do you go to the passenger side of his car?
I do.
And you open that door?
I do.
And when you open that door, can you tell us what you saw?
I saw my husband. I saw Gabe. I saw that he was bleeding. I saw that he was in shock. His eyes were I can't even describe it.
Were you able to tell if he was still alive at that point?
He was still alive. His left leg was shaking up and down. I tried to stop bleeding, so I had my fingers in every wound that I could get to. and I used my other hand to prop up his neck because he kept falling down, and I wanted to keep his airway as open as it could. I was trying to help him so that he could breathe because his lips were turning blue, but he was alive because I felt his pulse when I had my fingers. He was alive.
And while you're trying to help him, do your neighbors come to try and help you?
Yes.
Was that Mr. Poole and Mr. Green?
Yes. The way I remember it, I screamed for help, and Broadrick appeared, and I immediately asked him to take my baby, because as a mom, that's the first thing. I just wanted to make sure she was okay and safe, and I didn't want her to see what was going on. So him and Maya take the baby, and then Broad comes back and he's helping me, and I asked him to help me rip Gabe's shirt because I wanted to try to. I didn't know what I was doing, but I went into some type of leadership role that I never signed up for. And I just wanted to do everything I could to save my husband's life. And
was he able to get the shirt off eventually?
yes, he was able to rip a good part of Gabe's shirt.
Did you continue to try and stop the bleeding at that point?
I did. I did until my hands were tired. But I did until Raleigh police showed up and EMS showed up, and they were able to. I was able to back off of Gabe and let the professionals do what they could do.
And they transported Gabe to the hospital?
Yes.
And we heard Mr. Poole say that he and his girlfriend or wife took Layla in for the night. Is that right?
So once the EMS and the police showed up, this leadership role just things kept popping up in my mind, and I just said, okay, Layla, we need to figure out Layla. And as a mom, I made the decision to remove Layla from Broadrick and Maya's home and transfer her to Dustin and Marissa's home because her best friend, which is Dustin's 2-year-old at the time, lived there. And as a mom, that's during this chaotic time, that's where I wanted her to be.
You felt like that was the best place for her?
I felt like that was the best place. She could have fun. She can play with toys and be around familiar friendship with her little friend Denver. And that was the first time, like Dustin said, that I had ever left my daughter in anyone else's care, and it was forced upon me. But it was a decision I'm glad I made, and she was safe.
At some point, did you have to go to the hospital?
Yes.
And is that when you found out that Gabe had passed away?
It was really chaotic. So the hospital was just full of people. It's just pure chaos, and the best way I can describe it is just almost like an outer body experience where you see everyone moving and talking, but you don't feel like you're there. And
Is that? But while you're there, did you find out at that point about Gabe not surviving?
In the room that we were in, my phone was going crazy, and before anyone could actually confirm that my husband died, one of the WRAL notifications came up on my phone, and that's when I learned that my husband didn't make it.
So before the doctors could even speak to you?
Yes. So the media broke it to me first.
And at some point you go and are able to tell the police officers and detectives what you saw and what you just told us?
Yes.
I know that this is a tough situation for you to come in here and have to relive this, and I appreciate you sharing with the court and with us what you experienced. And I know that it has been a life-changing experience for you, but can you tell the court what effect this has all had on your life and what you would like to see come of this hearing?
I just have a question. Is this my...
If you've prepared a victim impact statement and want to share that with the court, now would be the time that you could do that.
I don't have it prepared. I wasn't expecting to do that today, but...
If you would like to wait, we can wait and you can do it at another time.
Yes, please.
All right, well, let's do that then, okay?
But I will say... our life has been changed forever. And my daughter didn't deserve any of it. My husband didn't deserve any of it. And I know I didn't deserve any of it. That's all.
Okay. We'll come back and we can readdress give you a chance to tell the court some more about the emotional impact of this and what you would like to see happen, okay?
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions this time.
No questions.
We'll excuse you for now and plan to recall you later this week for further questions. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we'll go ahead and take lunch recess and resume at 2:30.
Yes, Your Honor. Superior Court being recessed to 14:30 hours, 2:30 p.m.
yes for me too. That is a safe yes, considering what all.
Quiet Security Court back in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll pick up where we left off. Ask of the state, is there further evidence for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. State would call Joyce Davin.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davin. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, when you're comfortable, please tell the judge your name.
It's Joyce Davin.
And how do you spell your last name?
It's D-A-V as in Victor, I-N.
Ms. Davin, what do you do for a living, or what did you do for a living?
I retired from the North Carolina State Crime Lab.
What did you do for the North Carolina State Crime Lab?
As a chem tech for the toxicology section.
How long did you do that?
20 years.
And in 2022, where did you live?
It's 6020 Osprey Cove Drive in Raleigh.
How long had you lived there?
I moved there in 2007.
Is that in the Hedingham neighborhood?
Yes, it is.
Do you still live in that area?
Yes, I do.
You say you lived on Osprey Cove Drive?
Correct.
Did you know Gabe Torres?
Yes, I did.
And Jasmine Torres?
Yes.
And where did you live in relation to them?
My townhouse, then the next townhouse. They were like the third door down.
And were you home or in the neighborhood on October the 13th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Earlier in the day, had you gone for a walk?
Yes.
Where did you go for a walk?
On the Greenway behind my townhouse.
And so when you're in your townhouse, is the back of your home go up or lead to the trail on the Greenway?
Yes, it does.
And the front of your home, is it in that cul-de-sac area?
Yes.
Is it common that you would go for a walk on that Greenway?
Yes.
Is that common for a lot of people in that neighborhood?
Yes, it was, because it was a nice day that day.
And just in general, is that a heavily traveled Greenway?
Yes, it is.
Joggers, bike riders, walkers?
Yes.
And when you got done walking that day, around what time was that?
It was right before 5.
And when you got done, where did you go?
I went to my house.
In your home, what did you do once you got there?
My daughter had called me, and I was talking to her on the phone.
While you were talking on the phone with your daughter, was there anything out of the ordinary that you were able to see or hear?
I seen Gabe when he was backing up with his car to go to work.
Was that into the cul-de-sac area?
Yes, it was.
So you saw him backing up?
Yes.
Do you know how long how long did you see him backing up and sitting there?
Only a few seconds, because I turned around to talk to my daughter on the phone.
Once you saw that Gabe had backed up, was that unusual for you?
No, it was not.
You noticed that, and you continued on your telephone call. What was the next thing that you noticed?
I heard it sounded like firecrackers, in my opinion. Like 3 firecrackers went off, and I made my comment to my daughter. I said, "Who would be setting off firecrackers around 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Thursday when the weather is gorgeous?" So I kept talking to her.
Did you walk to the back of your home?
Yes, I walked to the living room where the sliding doors are, where I can face the greenway.
So the back of your home has sliding glass doors?
Yes, it does.
From those sliding glass doors, are you able to have a clear view of the greenway path?
Yes.
While you were back there, did you look out those sliding glass doors at the greenway?
Yes, I did.
When you did that, did you notice anything that stood out to you?
Yes, as I was talking to my daughter on my right-hand side, I seen someone coming down the pathway on the greenway, but he had camouflage on, which was kind of odd. Then I looked closer, and he had a weapon. At the time, I thought it might have been a rifle or a shotgun. I wasn't sure. But the way he was walking, because I'd never seen one behind my townhouse, is not a hunting area. And I stopped for a few minutes, and I told my daughter. And she told me, "Mom, you need to hang up and call 911.
Well, I want to ask you a little bit about this person that you saw. You said you had never seen anybody like that before on the greenway? Had you ever seen that person before? Or did you get a good look at their face?
I did not get a good look because everything was covered up.
How far away from that person do you think you were approximately?
Anywhere from 15 to 20 feet away.
And they were coming from your right to left?
Right.
When you looked at them, did you make any note or did it stand out to you how that person was walking?
Yes. He wasn't walking normal. It was like he was hatched, like he was in a hunting status, like he was looking for someone. He was hunched over, and he had the weapon in front of him. And at that time, he was looking in between my townhouse and the next one next to me where Gabe looked at, looking in between that area.
So is there a kind of a walkway that you could see, or an opening that you could see from that area where you saw this person back to the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
You said, I think I heard you say in kind of a hunting position?
Yeah, kind of hunched over, like he's kind of slouched down. Like
Would it help you, or could you show us if you were able to stand up? How
yes.
You were? Okay, Your Honor, may she?
Yes, please.
He was crouched down like this with the weapon right in front of him.
And he's walking like that?
He's walking like this, real slow and looking up.
And so how long did you watch that person as they were walking like that?
At that time, my daughter told me to hang up and call 911. I said, well, Gabe lives right next door.
And did you know that he was a police officer?
Yes, I did.
And this was, I guess before we get to that, how long after you heard what you thought were firecrackers till when you saw him walking behind your home? Approximately.
Maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
So you say, your daughter says call 911 and Gabe's a police officer, he lives right there. What were you going to do then?
I was going to go get him to let him know there was someone behind the townhouse with a weapon.
And did you do that?
I opened the door. And when I opened the door, I heard a lot of noise going. And I slammed the door and locked it. And I ran upstairs.
While you were inside, did you ever hear what those firecrackers or would later be determined to be gunshots again?
Yes, later on, yes.
How much later would you say?
Maybe 5 or 6 minutes later.
Those are estimations?
Yes.
Do you know how many you heard that time?
It sounded like 3.
When you got back upstairs, did you call 911?
No, I did not because, like I said, the windows were open
and I heard someone saying, you need to call 911. Someone called 911, and someone said they have already been called. And I heard the rescue squad siren going off in the police department, so I did not call 911.
At some point, did you find out that Gabe had been shot?
Yes. I heard Jasmine when she screamed. And I looked out. I went into my other bedroom, looked out the window. I knew he had been shot at that time.
What was the next thing, if anything, that you did at that time?
I went back to my bedroom and laid on the floor.
Why did you lay on the floor?
I wasn't sure where the shooter was at that time.
So were you trying to protect yourself?
Yes.
Stay safe?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Questions?
Very briefly. Good afternoon, Ms. Davin. The person that you saw in the camo, he was walking hunched over, is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
And you watched him do this for a couple of minutes?
A few seconds, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything further, please?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step in. Further evidence for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. This time the state would call Nathan Spiegel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Spiegel. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give to court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Bob?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Once you're comfortable, can you just tell the court your name, spell your last name for the court reporter,
Yes.
please?
Nathan Spiegel. Last name is Spiegel.
And what do you do for a living right now, Mr. Spiegel?
As of now, I'm active member in the Coast Guard.
Back in October of 2022, where were you living, approximately?
At the time, I was living in around Forestville Road. I don't know the name of the neighborhood exactly.
Okay. Were you in school? Were you working that time?
I was working.
Okay. What kind of work were you doing back then?
I believe I was doing staging and moving as well.
Back then, did you, was it a hobby or a practice of yours to ride a bike on the greenway over that area?
Yeah, just a hobby. Getting exercise, in the afternoon.
Okay. And was that something you did fairly regularly?
Yes.
Do you remember if you were riding your bike on the greenway on October 13th of 2022?
I do.
Can you tell us what you remember about that day?
All right, so I started out around Innocent Point Park, making my way towards Buffalo Road Park. So, as I was riding, right, that's when I got closer to hitting him behind it along the trail, and came across the first lady I had seen.
Okay.
I didn't get too close. I just saw her kind of from a distance, and I got off my bike.
Let me ask you this: what drew your attention to this person?
Just seeing that she was laid out on the ground.
Okay.
And seemed unconscious.
Okay. When you ride, you wearing headphones or earbuds or anything like that?
Yes.
So had you heard anything anything out of the ordinary before
I
you
did
got
not.
there? Okay. So you see someone who is laid out on the ground. What did you do?
Right, so I got off my bike. She had a small dog kind of next to her, just roaming, so it just kind of caught my attention as to what may have been going on.
Okay. She just, and I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. It was a dog that was roaming. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Like a small. Did you say small dog?
It had seemed to be her dog, just the way it was right next to her.
Okay. And so you got off your bike. What did you do?
It took me a minute, just kind of looking, and then I called 911 to see if they may have wanted me to get closer or see what was going on.
Did you have any idea what was going on at that point?
I did not.
Had you ever? It sounds like you were on this greenway fairly frequently. Had you ever had an incident like this where you needed to call 911? Or
no?
Okay. So did you call 911?
Yes.
Okay. You're on the phone with 911. I imagine they're asking you some questions.
Yes.
What happens while you're on the phone with 911?
I believe they're asking me questions about. Well, I know when I first got on the phone with them, I told them that I seen a lady laid out on the ground. And then I guess they were asking me questions about. I don't know. I'm not too sure actually.
Okay. Well, did you know? Did you know what her condition was like when you first called 911?
Just seemed unconscious.
Okay. And how far away were you when you first noticed her and then called 911?
I was maybe about 30 feet.
And in that period of time where you decided to get off your bike and call 911, has she moved or anything?
No.
Is there anyone else around that you see?
So when I called 911 and I was talking with them, there were two other ladies that came up behind me that were riding their bike, and I turned around, looked at them, and told them just kind of wait a second. So one of the ladies went a little further up on the trail and discovered another body. So then we went over to that one, saw the lady was laid out unconscious, and I repeated that to 911.
At some point while you're on the phone with 911, did you get close to this first person that you saw?
Yes.
And can you tell us what, if anything, you noticed when you got close to them?
Right. So I do remember seeing like a bullet casing kind of close in the grass. Aside from that, I don't recall seeing blood. But I just noticed that she was still unconscious. It didn't seem like she was breathing.
And did you relay that information to the 911 operator? Is that right?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned somebody else had gone further down the trail. One of the people that stopped with you.
Right.
Okay. What did you do after you stopped at this first person that was on the ground?
That's when I guess like the 911 operator was telling me, I guess like the situation that was at hand.
Okay, and do you remember what they said, or?
Oh, well, she described that it may have been an active shooter in the area.
And what was your reaction to that?
It was, I guess, frantic. Like, okay, like I guess I should get out of the area, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
After you got that information, where did you go?
I went into the neighborhood. Along the trail was kind of like a little path through the wooded area to get to like the neighborhood itself.
Okay. Did you at any point go to where this second person was?
Yes.
Okay. How close did you get to that person?
I want to say maybe about like 2 feet away. Like I was just kind of right there.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you notice about the second person?
Just unconscious. Didn't seem like she was breathing either.
Okay. Did you notice any blood at that point?
I didn't. Not that I remember.
Okay. Once you saw the second person, about how far apart were they, if you remember? I mean, it doesn't have to be exact. Like, were they feet, yards?
Yeah, definitely feet. I'd say about 50.
50 feet?
Yeah.
Did you know either of these people?
I did not.
And this whole time that this is going on, are you still on the phone with 911?
Yes.
After you saw the second person on the ground, what did you do? I think you said you went up into the neighborhood. What were you doing up there?
So I went up there. I was still on the phone with 911, and I had seen a man standing outside of his house. And I remember going up to him, asking him like if he had heard anything. Just hearing the information that it may have been an active shooting area. I just wanted to see what was going on.
Okay. And at this point, were there when you got into the neighborhood, and when you say into the neighborhood, do you mean like on the street in front of houses?
Yeah.
When you got up there, were there other people out?
Yes. I believe it was that man, and a little further up the street, I did see people like outside. I don't know if they were aware of what was going on or just outside.
Okay. And based on the information that you had received from the 911 operator, did you relay that information to other people?
No, I didn't.
Okay. While you were there and on the phone with 911, were you there when law enforcement arrived?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do when the police got there?
So it was an officer who got out the car, and I had showed him where I had seen the first body.
And what if anything did you do next?
Well, in that moment, he had me just get behind him as I was showing him where it was, and then he had told me to just kind of, hunch down. And other officers arrived at that same location, just I guess securing the area. So I was just hunched over.
And at some point, you had been riding your bike. What did you do with that?
With my bike?
Yeah.
It was just kind of left there.
Okay. Where did you go? How'd you get there?
So I want to say, once I was hunched over with the officers that we were just kind of figuring out what was going on, about 15 minutes later, I was escorted to a lady's house that was in the neighborhood, and I was just there. I want to say something like 1 a.m. Okay. And I had to wait to get my bike the next day or the day after, I believe.
Okay. And y'all waited until the law enforcement said it was clear to leave? Was this I imagine this was a bit of a chaotic and traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
Is this something you think about a lot?
I wouldn't say a lot, but it can come up at times.
And have you heard your 911 call in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, we move to introduce and publish State's Exhibit 2, Mr. Spiegel's 911 call.
No, Your Honor.
And I think I'll connect to the system for the sound purposes. I believe I'm ready, Your Honor.
October 13th, 2022, 17 hours, 21 minutes, 5 seconds.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
I'm on News River Stream. I'm not sure like my exact location. Let me look at my maps. There's like a lady, like unconscious along the stream.
Okay. All right, sir, hang on 1 second, okay? You said you're on the trail?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it looks like there may be a shooter going on over there. Hang on 1 second, okay? Where are you located?
I'm looking at my maps and it says around Arvington Lane Trailhead.
Okay, and you said there's a female down?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, there's a lady right here.
Did you see or hear anything else?
I was riding my bike. There's two people here that just got here with me. And I hear like a lot of, yeah, I'm on, oh my God.
Sir, what's going on there?
She's bleeding.
Okay. And is this one person?
Yes, ma'am. With her little dog on the floor.
Do you see any officers there?
No, ma'am. I just hear like a lot of sirens. I'm not sure if they're coming here or trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay, can you tell me exactly where you're at on the trail so I can tell them where to go?
There's the suspension bridge.
Suspension bridge?
Yep. What's that parking lot, Kelly? Kelly, what's that parking lot?
I'm around Bay Harbor Drive is my address.
What's the address?
Bay Harbor Drive, along like Black Wolf Run Lane. I hear a lot of sirens, so they must be coming here.
Yes, they're already there. They're just looking for the people right now. Okay. Did you see anybody else around the female?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I didn't even like get too close. I just had seen and called immediately. Like I just wasn't sure, but I didn't hear like these gunshots. You know, so there's an active shooter. That's what I'm saying. It looked like she was over the drive.
Yeah.
Or maybe straight bullet.
Go ahead and let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am. What she said? Another person?
Is there anybody else around the female?
Another person? Holy shit. There might be another person.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna run down there.
Okay.
Oh my God. Hold on.
Just let
Oh
me
my
know
God.
and be careful, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Oh my God. It's another person.
Is there another person? So there's
We gotta get out the area. We gotta get out the area. She said there might be an active shooter around here. Yeah, guys, you gotta be careful.
And there's another person that was shot
Yes, ma'am. A little farther down.
further down the trail.
Yes, ma'am. We're at the marker 13 on 3/4 with flashing on the News River Trail.
Okay, can you say that marker again? 13 point what?
It is 13 on 3-4.
13.
3-4.
Okay.
Hold on, let me run up to the neighborhood, get up the chair real quick.
Okay. Very convenient. Anything, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of people outside right now.
All right, friend. Like I said, let me know if you see anything, okay? So I can update
Yes,
you
sir.
on what's going on.
Hey, Stevenson. You hear any gunshots around this area? You heard something? What's in the back of my house? I'm gonna go cook it. No, ma'am. I just hear a lot of sirens, and it seems like they're kind of passing the neighborhood. I guess they're on their way.
Yeah, they're in the area. Like I said, just make sure.
Okay, yeah, they're here right now.
Okay.
Yeah, one police officer just came.
Can you tell them where they're located?
Yes, ma'am. It's two ladies that were with me, and they're talking to them right now.
Okay. We need you to help them find them so they can get them some help, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes. Right. They're right here. Where's the guy? 10 minutes later. There's two. One lady to the left and one to the right. Yes, sir. Right here. One to the left. One right there, and then one to the right. One further down.
Okay, sir. Are you speaking with the officer?
I have one officer here with me right now.
Okay.
The other one is further down right here with her dog. Right down here. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let you go, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, thanks.
Bye.
October 13th, 2022, 17 hours, 27 minutes, 22 seconds.
Thank you, John. Mr. Spiegel, does that kind of bring back some memories?
Yes, it does.
Fair to say you undersold it a little bit. You were actually very helpful, weren't you?
Yes.
After that happened, I think you said you got let go about 1 a.m.
Yes.
Did you, in the days thereafter, have an occasion or an opportunity to talk with police officers about what you had seen?
That night, or
You did
maybe
it that
the night after, the detective had called me.
Okay. And you kind of told them what you told us today?
Yes.
No further questions, Ron.
Questions for the defense?
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Further evidence for the state?
The state would call Gary Powell to the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face down close.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you introduce yourself to the judge?
Gary Powell. Last name is Powell, and I'm a sergeant with the Raleigh Police Department.
How long have you been a sergeant?
9 years.
What kind of roles have you had with the Raleigh Police Department?
Got on in 2003, went to patrol, stayed there until I got transferred to the gang suppression unit. Stayed there for 2 years. I was promoted to detective and served various roles as a detective, including technical assistance, robbery, aggravated assault, special victims, which includes sex assaults, drugs, and then homicide before getting promoted in 2017.
In October the 13th of 2022, what were you doing?
I was a robbery sergeant at the time.
So you were a sergeant over the detectives in the robbery unit?
That's correct.
At about 5:13 in the afternoon, did you get a call that you responded to?
I was in my office along with the aggravated assault and robbery personnel, and we heard a call dispatched to a shooting in the Hedingham neighborhood.
When you got that call, what did you do?
Well, all of our initial instinct was that it was a swatting call. It was a fake call based on the initial comments. Within a minute, dispatched advised us that numerous people were calling 911. So we all realized then it was probably a real call.
And is the reason that you thought it was a swatting call, you said it was the nature of the call, what do you mean by that?
It wasn't uncommon then, it's not uncommon now for us to get prank phone calls about active shooters, mass shootings, bomb threats, things of that nature.
When you realized that there were multiple calls coming in, did you respond to that location?
I did.
When you responded to that location, can you describe for the court generally the type of response that showed up at that location from law enforcement?
It was the largest response I'd ever seen from local, state, federal. Every agency in Wake County and some beyond came to that crime scene.
What role did you take as a sergeant over detectives in the robbery unit at that time?
When we left the office, it was obvious that the scene was still very chaotic. Our goal was to get to the scene and then assess what needed to be done in an investigatory role when we arrived.
And what did you decide you needed to do when you got there?
So my intention was to continue on back to the back of the neighborhood at Osprey Cove where the initial call was dispatched to. As I was turning into the main, what I would consider the main entrance of the neighborhood at South Hall and Eagle Trace, I began driving further back when a supervisor, and I don't know which one, or watch commander advised units that we needed to shut down the neighborhood based on the ongoing threat at that time. When I heard that, I immediately did a U-turn, went back to that main intersection, posted up there, and began restricting access. There was another Wake County deputy that I'd never seen before that arrived there about the time I got back, and he helped me with that task.
Now, would that have been a normal task for you in your role there?
It would not have been.
Then what? If it's not a normal task, what made you take up that role?
Based on the complexity of the crime scene and the ongoing threat, I understood why, I don't know who the supervisor was, but why they gave it. They wanted less people entering the crime scene with the danger still at large.
What type of information did you have at that point about, you just said the danger still at large, right, about what was going on in the neighborhood, whether the suspect had been identified or was still at large?
Sure. From the initial call, it came out as a subject shot. The suspect was described as a white male wearing camo with a shotgun, and it was dispatched as an active shooter. As I proceeded to the scene, coming from several miles away, we were being updated. So when calls into the 911 dispatch center, the 911 dispatcher gets it and then translates it into notes, and then another dispatcher dispatches. So we were getting comments that a victim has been located, another victim has been located. Also, while on the scene, I heard an officer get on the scene. Well, let me back up. One comment had been added that an off-duty police officer had been shot, and he was identified in the call as Torres. And when the first officers arrived on scene, they indicated officer down and called a signal 25, which is everybody's coming, it's an emergency. And then as more victims were located by witnesses calling 911, it was clear based on the locations they were giving that it wasn't just contained in the neighborhood, it had actually exited to the backside of the Greenway, and that was the last location that we had for where the suspect might have been traveling.
And while you are kind of still at the front of the neighborhood, is that right?
Correct.
While you're there handling oncoming traffic, and are people trying to get back into the neighborhood who may live there?
Correct.
Are there groups of people that are showing up that are looking for individuals?
Yes, there are. It's a large intersection for a residential neighborhood. The traffic was there was a lot of traffic. There were cars lined up at both sides with emergency vehicles also trying to get through. I started going to individual cars, or as they would come up to me, I would ask them if they had family still in the neighborhood. If they answered yes, I directed them to go. There's a very large athletic center, the Hedingham Athletic Center, right there at the intersection. I directed those with families still in the neighborhood to pull into that parking lot and just stand by.
Why'd you do that?
Well, number one, I knew they weren't going to leave based on what was already being reported. Everybody that I came to, I hadn't seen the media coverage, but by that point, it was obvious to me based on the questions I was being asked of the motorists that that it had been released as something widespread had happened. So I had those with families still in the neighborhood. I instructed them to go behind the center. If they didn't have anyone in the neighborhood, I encouraged them to leave. I encouraged a bunch of people, probably 100 or so, to just get out of the neighborhood, go towards New Bern Avenue, and just stand by until the all clear was given.
When you got a group of folks who said they knew people or had someone in the neighborhood, and did they stay in that parking lot?
I have no way of knowing if everybody stayed. I mean, the parking lot was jam-packed by the time I made my way up there many minutes later.
So sometime later, you leave your post and go to that neighborhood or to that parking lot?
Right. About 30 minutes after I got to that intersection and started working it, two uniformed police officers relieved me, and then I went up into that parking lot at that time.
When you went to the car, when you got to that parking lot, did you approach those cars and make any further inquiry of those people?
I did.
What did you ask them?
Each car asked two specific questions: if they still had family in the neighborhood, or if they believed they had family in the neighborhood, and the second one was, had they been able to make phone contact with them at that point. Okay.
And when you asked those questions, if they said they had gotten up with their loved ones, what did you do with those folks?
I just kind of, none of them were being detained, but I encouraged them that they could wait if they wanted to, but I also advised that we didn't really know how long this was going to take until they got to the neighborhood, so I tried to encourage as many people to leave as possible, though many didn't.
And when you went to this parking lot, I mean, you say it was still full at this time?
Yes.
Of all the cars that were there that you dealt with and asked those questions, were there any that stood out as people that were unable to get up with people or their loved ones?
Yes, there were two.
There were two?
Yes.
And do you know who those people were?
I do.
And who were those people?
The first one was a gentleman by the name of Robert Steele, Steele, and Tom Karnatz. And I'm
Karnatz.
Thank you.
And were they there in cars?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll start with Mr. Steele. Did you talk to Mr. Steele at that scene?
I did.
And you asked him those two questions?
Yes.
What information did he give you as a result of your questions?
He told me that his fiancée was in the neighborhood. Her name was Mary Marshall. And I asked him again if he had tried to call her. He said yes. And I asked, when's the last time that you were able to speak to her? And he told me that prior to arriving at where we were then, he was on the phone with her, and she told him that she had heard gunshots and that the dog had slipped off the leash, and that the last direction she had seen the dog running was towards the bridge. And then she said, once I get him, or something to the effect of, once I get him, I'm going back inside.
And when he said the bridge, did you understand that to mean the Greenway?
I did.
Did he provide you with a photograph of Mary Marshall?
Not at that time, but yes, later on, yes.
Okay. After you received that information from him, did you talk to Mr. Karnatz?
I did.
When you talked to Mr. Karnatz, can you tell us kind of similarly what information he was able to give you?
Yes. I don't remember what his initial answer was when I encountered him on the street as to whether someone, because I think my specific question was, do you have family members still in the neighborhood that live there? But nonetheless, he informed me that he lived in a neighborhood adjacent to Hedingham, and that his wife was an avid runner, and that she had gone for a run that afternoon on the Neuse River Trail, which backs up to Hedingham. He had seen media reports. I didn't inquire what the media reports were, but I'm assuming the shootings, or at least the call, had been dispatched, and he had seen that, and said that that was the area of the greenway that she was supposed to be running on that day.
Okay. And did he tell you his wife's name was Susan?
Yes.
Was he able to give you any other information at that point in time about where she may be?
Yes, I asked, and I asked this of Mr. Steele too, but it wasn't the case with him. I asked if he had any way, if he had any tracking information, like a running app or Life 360 or something like that, and he did. And he showed that map to me, and the device was stationary on the greenway, kind of near Sapphire Valley Drive, I believe it is.
All right. When you received that information, what was the next kind of thing that you decided you needed to do and why?
By this point, quite a bit of time had passed. The suspect had not been located to my knowledge. Obviously, I was trying to listen to the radio and talk to people at the same time. I knew that these two gentlemen were likely loved ones of victims based on what I'd heard from the call dispatch and what they had been telling me. So I made a determination that I was going to go to the greenway myself with photographs of the victims provided by their loved ones and the GPS information, and try to make a determination if their family were indeed the victims.
So is this when Mr. Steele and Mr. Carnatz gave you photographs of Mary and of Susan?
That's correct.
And so now, armed with these photographs and the information of the running app, what did you do?
I called for a detective to relieve me so I could go accomplish that task. Detective Canny showed up. I kind of briefed him on what had happened to that point. And then I met with instructed Detective Braswell to meet me at the trailhead at Sapphire Valley Drive and the Neuse River Trail.
Why did you choose that location?
Because that's basically on the screenshot that Mr. Carnatz had showed me. That was the closest trailhead.
And had you been made aware at that point that there were two white females located at that location?
Yes.
Or near that location?
Yes.
Did you go down on the greenway with Detective Braswell?
I did.
When you got down onto the greenway, what, if anything, did you notice?
We located a couple of officers. They had secured the first scene, which contained a white female victim who was deceased laying in the middle of the greenway trail.
At that time, were you able to tell if that was one of the people you were looking for?
The first one I got to, if I've got the right order, was wearing running attire with pretty distinctive lycra. They looked like denim, but they were lycra running shorts. I didn't see any visible tattoos. Saw some gunshot wounds. I realized at that point that let me back up. I had asked Mr. Carnatz what she had been wearing that day, and he wasn't able to tell me. So I called Detective Canny and had him ask Mr. Carnatz if she had a pair of lycra shorts that looked like denim.
Is that who had relieved you at the other scene?
That's correct.
And when you called him and asked that question, did you get any information back?
Yes, she did on a pair that matched that.
Did you feel comfortable, based on the information that you had at that time, being able to say 100% that that was Susan Carnatz?
I didn't feel comfortable enough to go forth with the death notification at that time. I was convinced, but I wasn't comfortable enough to make the death notification.
Okay. And with that information, did you notice anything else around her or distinctive at that location where she was that stands out to you today?
Nothing more than the running attire. I remember that she was more in a face down or on her side position, which is part of the reason why I didn't feel comfortable enough based on the picture I had and what I could see of her face to make the determination.
Did she have any self-protection gear that you were able to see?
Yes, she had on something on her belt, and I don't know if there was a fanny pack underneath, but something on the back of the belt that looked like pepper spray or capstone container or something of that nature.
Did it appear that it had been tried to be used or anything?
No, it didn't. It looked like it was where it was supposed to be.
Once you had this information, did you stay at that scene, or did you make attempts to locate the second individual?
Walked further down the trail, just around the curve. I really don't remember how far. It wasn't terribly far, but it was right around the curve. and I came up another couple of officers that were securing that second crime scene on the Greenway. I observed a white female deceased in the middle of the Greenway. There was a leash laying either in the pool of blood or right beside it, and there was a small gray dog kind of in the area, like not next to the body but close enough. And with that information, based on what Mr. Steele had told me, I felt confident it was going to be Mary Marshall. I did notice that on her left forearm she had a pretty distinctive tattoo on her left forearm.
Did it say "Above Us Only Sky"?
That's right. That's correct. And it had a couple of birds kind of towards the wrist.
When you got that information of the tattoo, did you make a call back as you had done before to inquire about that?
I did. I called Detective Canny again and had him clarify with Mr. Steele if his fiance had any tattoos, and he advised that she had the exact tattoo on her left forearm.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3. Will you look at that really quickly, and once you've had a chance, if you can tell us what those appear to be?
Those appear to be the second scene that I described with Mary Marshall.
Okay. And I'll show you State's Exhibit number 4, and if you will... You said those are photographs of that?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 4, if you'll do the same thing.
These are photographs of the first scene I described of Susan Carnett.
All right. And now, Detective, Sergeant, I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, I'll just pass these to you when we're done, if that's okay. I'll show you the first photograph in that batch, and it is photograph 1459. Does that appear to be a photograph of Miss Carnett's face down?
Yes, that's correct.
In the shorts that you described?
Yes.
There also appear to be, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4 yellow placards from CCBI at the time, but the crime scene folks, do you know what was at those placards?
Spent cartridges.
They'd be shotguns?
Yes.
Okay, or shotgun shells?
Right.
And I will point your attention to State's Exhibit 4150. Is that around her waist what you were describing as capstun or pepper spray?
That's correct.
And now State's Exhibit 4, photograph 4222. Can you describe for us what we're looking at in that photograph?
Closer to the camera is a ball cap with a hole in the front of it.
Okay. Does that appear to be consistent with a hole created from a shotgun?
That's correct.
And then State's Exhibit number 3, the first photograph in there is labeled 1024. I'll point your attention to the center of the photograph, what appears to be surrounded by crime scene tape. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a shotgun cartridge.
And then is there a better shot of that in 1108 at placard 1?
Yes, it is.
Looking at State's Exhibit number 3, photograph 1150, can we see the leash that you were describing?
Yes, that's right.
And where is it in relation to her body?
It's kind of under her head and in the pool of blood.
You stated that you were able to see some injuries, particularly to her, correct? Her being Miss Marshall. In photograph number 1225, can you tell us where the injury appears to be?
Mainly the chin area.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move to introduce States Exhibits 3 and 4.
No objection.
Cool, I'll come to the front. Sorry. Thank you. Now, Sergeant, once you were able to kind of see all of these things at each of the locations where the ladies were located, what was the next thing that you had to go do?
Notified Sergeant Wilkins, who was the homicide sergeant, so he was in charge technically of all the scenes. And I told him that I felt confident enough to make death notification to Mayor Marshall's family. And I was going to do a preliminary, which I don't like to do, death notification to Mr. Carnatz based on what I'd seen. After relaying that to Sergeant Wilkins, I responded back to the athletic center.
While you were at the athletic center, were you able to locate Mr. Steele again?
Yes, I was.
Was he alone at this point or with other people?
No, Mary Marshall's mother and father had shown up, Virginia and Thomas Marshall.
Okay. And did you provide them with the information that their daughter had been killed?
I did.
And did you have any other dealings with them at that time?
I provided them with contact information for the lead detective, Detective Tripp, Sergeant Wilkins, myself, the ME's office, and then I arranged a ride for them back home, and I arranged an escort for Mr. Steele to their apartment or townhome.
Having done that death notification, did you then turn your attention to Mr. Carnatz?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you had said that you were confident, but you were not 100% certain. Can you walk us through how that went when you approached Mr. Carnatz?
Well, I told him what I'd observed, mainly the clothing. And while I told him I wasn't 100% confident, I felt like it was her. And he didn't say anything. He dropped his head and kind of shook his head that he understood. I told him that because at this point it had been hours that the suspect had been located but not arrested at this point, I don't believe. And I told Mr. Carnatz that as soon as I had some confirmation information that it was Susan, and if and when I got information about the status of the suspect, I would let him know.
And what did he tell you, if anything, that he was going to do at this point?
He said he was going to go home to be with his children.
At some point, did you get that confirmation from detectives?
Yes, I did.
And how were they able to confirm?
Detective Harmon, who was on homicide at the time, much later on, after they were processing the actual crime scene on the Greenway, they located a runner's ID tag as well as Susan Carnatz's phone in her pocket.
At some point, you also assisted other detectives in the search of the defendant's home?
Correct.
And what was your role during that search?
My role was simply to follow with them, and as they dictated what was located and where it was located, I wrote it down.
Is that pretty much your involvement in this?
It is.
Okay. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but does this case stand out differently to you than a lot of other cases that you've dealt with?
Yes.
And can you tell us partially why that may be?
The scope and magnitude of it was something that I hadn't seen before. It was the first Raleigh officer that had died from something like this since I'd been employed here. I knew that one of our SCU officers had been shot. Didn't know his status at the time. And these death notifications were very difficult. Normally when when I was a homicide detective or even as a sergeant later on, there was always time. 99% of the time we find the victim, we work on it a little while, and then we go make the death notification. Kind of happened opposite this time, where the victims found me before I could identify the bodies. And the worst part was not being able to tell them that I knew that their loved ones were dead, even though I knew it at the time. The other thing that stands out is the emotional well-being of the guys and girls that I worked with on the robbery and ag assault units and homicide, and how it stayed with them.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Questions for the defense?
No questions, Ms. Wicks.
We'll take a 15-minute recess for the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Further evidence for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Tom Carnatz.
Good afternoon, sir. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Please, Madam Clerk.
Do solemnly swear the testimony you give the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Casey.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Once you're up there and comfortable, and feel free to move that microphone around, can you please tell the court your name and spell your last name for the reporter?
My name's Tom Carnatz. The last name's Karnatz.
And where are you from, Mr. Carnatz?
Originally from Chicago, but now I live in the Edgewater neighborhood, 2365 Lazy River Drive.
And is that where you were living back in October of 2022?
That's right. It's the neighborhood next to Hedingham.
And back in October of 2022, who did you live there with?
My wife Sue and our 3 children, Max and Oliver and Everett.
And how old were they back in 2022?
They were 15, 14, and 11.
What were some of the things that you and Susan enjoyed doing, hobby-wise?
Our main hobby was to run. We both ran every day back then, and ran multiple marathons, and Sue had done some ultra marathons, so 50 miles, 50K.
So that happened every day?
Yeah, she started running every day before I did, so not just being an active runner, but they call it being a streaker, so you run every day, and she had at one point run over 700 days in a row before she got injured, but then she started a new streak, and she was still running every day.
Okay. Would you two run together?
Occasionally we would, but more often than not we wouldn't. With the 3 kids, when they were very little, I would take 2 kids in a double stroller we had and kind of give Sue a break with the running, and as the kids got older they would stay home, and the person running would kind of have time to themselves.
Well, did there come a time where any of the other kids joined you guys in this hobby?
They all did at times, but our middle son Oliver really stuck with it, and so what was common was that he would run the first mile with Sue. So they'd go half a mile out and come back home, drop him off, and then she would continue her run.
And did she have back when you guys were back in 2022, did she have a normal route or a route that she did more often than not?
She ran on the Neuse River Trail more often than not, and she preferred, from where we are, she would go north on the Neuse River Trail, which is the direction that would go through Hedingham.
Okay. And how far would she typically go?
Oh, most days it would range from 5 to 8 during the week, and sometimes longer on the weekends, 5 to 8 miles.
And is that is part of that route what your son would run with her?
Right. So with it being as short as he ran, he didn't get to the Greenway, but approached it and then turned around.
I know a lot of runners have these runners apps or special watches. Did you guys have something that you shared to share locations?
Yeah, we both had Garmin watches, and a feature of that is you could have a live track of each other. So when you would start your run, the other person could follow on their app the exact location of the other person.
On October 13th, the night this all happened, can you tell the court kind of what was the routine and what was going on that afternoon or that evening?
Our oldest son, Max, was going to high school, but Sue homeschooled Oliver and Everett still. And Max had Thursday and Friday off, so we were planning to make a long weekend out of it. I still had to work Thursday, but had Friday off. my parents had come into town from Chicago to spend the long weekend with us, and they had just gotten in on that Thursday. A little while before I ended my workday, Sue set off on her run with Oliver and did the usual routine.
Do you recall about what time that would have been in the day?
I looked at the screenshot that I shared with the detective. I looked at it last night, and she started her run at 4:20.
Okay. So she started her run. Were you still home when she left?
I was. I still had to finish up a little bit of work. Not too long after she started her run, I got done with my work day and got ready to do my run also.
And then did you go on your own run?
I did. I left a little after 5 on my run.
And how was your run? Eventful, uneventful?
I also went to the New Server Trail, but I went to the south instead of the north, and it was largely uneventful until I started to get back close to home as I approached New Bern Avenue from the south, so it was about 1.5 miles from home. I could see a helicopter stationary, kind of hovering over the scene, and also a very large number of police vehicles going from west to east across the New Bern Avenue Bridge that crossed the New Server.
And this was on your way home, so eventually you arrived home?
Yeah, after going past New Bern Avenue, I came across the first patrol they were Nightdale police officers, kind of in I would say full tactical gear with long guns out and all the body armor on the outside. And they did stop me and asked if I had seen any person in camouflage or anyone with a gun, and I had told them that I had not, and they let me proceed. Very shortly after that, right where I was planning to leave the New Server Trail anyway, I came across a second patrol of Raleigh police officers, and they again gave me more details about an active shooter running through the woods with a long gun, and they said that I told them my intended route. They said I could proceed, but make sure you keep looking out for any potential threat. So then I continued home and got home. Yeah.
And then what did you do when you got home?
Well, I was eager to tell everyone at home about all of the excitement, and my parents were downstairs with the kids, and I asked where Sue was. I figured she was up probably showering after her run. We planned to go out to dinner, and they said she hadn't been home, or she wasn't home yet, and I knew she should have been. So then I looked on that Live Track app and saw that her dot was on, it looked like the far side of Hedingham, and so also started looking at the news because of encountering all the police officers and knowing there was some big event going on. So I texted her and asked. I figured she had been stopped by another patrol of police officers on the far side and told, "Well, just stay here. You can't continue on." I texted her to see if she wanted me to come pick her up, and there was no response. So then I texted and asked if she was okay, and there was no response. So I got in the car, and I knew of a few access points to the trail where I could park close to where her location was and be able to pick her up. And so when I left the home, my thought was that I would go close to where her location was and pick her up and bring her home. And when I arrived, as the detective said, he at the intersection where they were blocking traffic, there were already quite a few emergency vehicles of all different sorts, and traffic backed up quite a bit. So I went to the Hedingham Athletic parking lot and quickly the detective located me, and we talked as he indicated.
And you provided him that information that he talked about.
Yeah, the screenshot of her location and I believe 1 or 2 photographs.
How long were you in that parking lot at the athletic center?
I would think 2 or 3 hours. I'm not sure. I know during the time it got dark, and it seemed like a long time.
Well, and when you went out there, you went out by yourself, or was anyone with you?
Originally, I went by myself, and while I was sitting there, the 2 different detectives would check in on me occasionally, but I was also following the news coverage on an app on my phone, and I was texting some of Sue's relatives, her mom, her dad, her sister. And so as more time went on and followed the news and learned more information, my thoughts of bringing her home and hope that she would be okay kind of kept sinking. And when the detective asked about if she owned a pair of the shorts that looked like denim shorts, that's when I knew that she was one of the victims. I didn't need any further identification.
By that time, I think Sergeant Powell mentioned this. Had your parents or father or someone come to wait with you?
Yeah, at some point with the texting of various people, my parents had asked if I needed anything and offered to come sit with me, and so my dad drove over and we were sitting in the car together.
And after Sergeant Powell had those conversations with you, what did you do?
I drove home and met my 3 kids and told them that their mom was dead.
At this point, and you had followed some of the media coverage at that point.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine you came to learn of the other victims in this case.
Right.
And Tracy Howard mentioned, and I think Ms. Gardner mentioned, that there have been some gatherings, or at least there have been times when you all have gotten together. Was that helpful to you in trying to process what had happened?
I'm grateful for all the support that the Raleigh Police Department has given, and I think in a small way, the lunch that they put together for us that one of the other people here mentioned, it's nice to occasionally keep in touch, but I would say just in maybe a small way.
At this point, Mr. Carnatz, what, if anything, would you like the court to know about how this whole experience has affected you, your family, and loved ones?
I wrote down some comments because I was afraid I'd forget what I wanted to say, so most I might read, but I just wrote this down yesterday or the day before. But in the days leading up to today and the court hearing, many people have messaged me their love and support in kind of what they figure would be a particularly tough time. And I greatly appreciate all of the love and support, but I think they don't really understand completely, because being in court here today doesn't make today hard. The roads were clear this morning. The courthouse staff is polite and professional, and there's several people in the courtroom who are in particular looking out for me and treating me with kid gloves. So, being here is not hard. And Sue and I were married for 16 years, and I love her as much as one person can love another. And we have 3 wonderful, amazing boys. So talking about my family isn't hard. And what makes today hard is that Sue is not here. But that's not special. It doesn't make today special. It doesn't make the October 13th anniversary special. Every day I wake up and Sue isn't lying next to me. And that's what makes that day hard. Max or Oliver or Everett bring home a top grade, or they run a fast race, they play a great game, or maybe they're just extra kind to others, and I'm happy and I'm proud for them. But there's sadness mixed in because Sue can't be happy and proud too. When I have a particularly hectic and frustrating day at work, that's harder to deal with because Sue isn't there with reassuring words or a comforting hug. And just a week or two ago, I was going through a rare house cleaning and going through this is just an example of something, going through a bookshelf of kids' books. And it ranged from freebies from Chick-fil-A to kind of timeless classics, and the kids are teenagers, so you don't need those books anymore. So I was sorting them into ones to throw out, ones to donate, and ones to keep, and came across one particular favorite that we had read hundreds and hundreds of times to the boys, and it would have been in the keep pile for sure, but it was falling apart. So I knew it had to go. And Everett was in the room with me, so I read it aloud to him one last time. There was some emotion in my voice. And he genuinely seemed to appreciate it, which is saying something for a 14-year-old. And my heart was full because he enjoyed a kind of a touching moment. And I had an overwhelming urge to tell Sue. But of course I couldn't. One of her great passions was reading to our kids and educating our kids, and so it was, the touching moment really kind of turned melancholy at the same time. And that's the way it is. It's all of it, all together, the good and the bad. Max graduates from high school in May, and we'll be happy and celebrate his wonderful accomplishment. But in all the pomp and circumstance, I'll shed quite a few tears because Sue isn't there to celebrate with us. And in the future, there will be a lot of joyous occasions, I'm sure, for Max and for Oliver and for Everett. Going off to college, maybe getting married, maybe having the next generation of children. But I fear that for them, their joy is tempered, and I know for me, my joy at those things will be tempered because Sue isn't there to experience it with us. And every day for the rest of my life, I'll wake up and Sue will not be lying next to me, and that will make that day hard. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Carnett. No further questions.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you, sir. Further evidence for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state would call Virginia Marshall.
Good afternoon, Ms. Marshall. Please left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face me in the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to the judge?
My name is Virginia Marshall, but I go by Ginny.
Ginny.
I'm only called Virginia if I'm in trouble.
Well, we won't call you that. Then I'll just call you Miss Marshall. How about that?
Okay.
All right. So I want to ask you a couple questions, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Tell me a little bit about your family. What's the makeup of your family?
My husband Tom will be married 45 years in June. My eldest daughter Megan, who is 41, and Mary Beth, as we called her, Mary, was the baby.
How old was she?
She would have been 35 9 days after October 13th.
And did she live in the Hedingham area?
Yes, she did, with her fiance.
Okay, was that Mr. Steele?
Yes.
Okay. You did not live in that neighborhood,
No,
correct?
we live in Clayton.
In Clayton?
Mm-hmm.
At some point, we've already heard some testimony, right, that you showed up at the Hedingham location. Is that right?
Yes.
What, if anything, how did you find out that you needed to go over there?
My husband called me. I was still in the office, and he said Rob just called and said Mary Beth just called him that she heard some shooting, and he was further away from home than Tom was, so he just went flying up there, and he called me and told me we can't reach her. So
Rob told you that, or Tom?
Tom told me that.
Okay.
And my boss came in and he says, what's going on? And I told him, and he said, do you want to go? And I didn't think it was anything serious at that point. I said, I'll just finish the day and I'll go over there and see what's going on. And then we started getting some of the news, and he said, go. So I jumped in the car and just drove straight up New Bern to Hedingham.
And when you got there, who all was there from your family?
Tom and Rob.
Okay. And did you wait in that parking lot that we were told about?
Yes.
By the time you got there, had that whole interaction with Sergeant Powell, had that already happened, or were you present for him finding out about Mary and where she may be?
I believe he was there, and we kept saying we can't reach her. She's not answering phone calls or texts. And he said, well, maybe, she's sheltering, maybe she's being, talking to police as a witness. So we just waited.
Okay. And do you know approximately how long you sat in that parking lot?
It was about 3 hours or so, because it was getting cold and dark.
And this whole time that you're waiting, you don't know where your daughter is or what's
Correct.
happening? I imagine that was a difficult thing in and of itself. Can you tell us what you were thinking or feeling at that moment?
I was like, where's my girl? Why can't we reach her? She knows how I am.
What do you mean by that? Yeah, emotional?
Yeah.
At some point, did Sergeant Powell come back and give you that terrible news?
Well, another officer was there, and he said, well, let me drive back there and see what I can find out for you.
Okay.
And then there was and I'm sorry, I can't remember which officers were there.
We don't expect you to.
We heard him on the phone talking about a tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
And whipped our heads around. He goes, what about that tattoo? Because we knew
The Above Us Only Sky tattoo?
Yeah, we knew about that, and that's when I knew. And then he came back in the car, and we noticed he was alone. And it took him about 30 seconds or a minute to get out of the car. And when he told us, we just all lost it.
Well, I want to ask you a couple of questions. If you can tell me a little bit about Mary.
As the youngest, she was our home entertainment center. She was a very funny kid. She had an infectious laugh. If she started laughing and cackling, you didn't need to know what she was laughing at. You would just start laughing too. She loved her family, loyal to her friends to a fault, and loved her nieces. And she never did get to meet her nephew.
After you found out this terrible news, how long did you stay there? What did you guys do next?
We kind of calmed down a little bit, and there was an officer there who we later found out was lived in Smithfield. And he said he just heard all the news and came in, and he ended up driving us home because he said, you guys are in no shape. But after we got the news and I gathered myself, I called my daughter, I called my sister, and I called my boss.
You let them all know what had happened?
Yeah.
And you've kind of heard some other folks, unfortunately, have to go through this testimony part. But I want to ask you, having gone through all of this and experienced it in the way that you did, is there anything that you would like for the court to know about how this has all affected you and your family? And if you've written something down and you want to read it, that's A-OK, I believe.
If I can.
Yes.
But not too fast.
I want to first thank the court and your honor for the time today. There is no way we can ever verbalize what Mary meant to our family. This is by far the most difficult thing we've ever had to go through, and I don't think we'll ever fully recover. We'll only learn to live with the pain that never ends. What can we verbalize is the joy in which Mary brought to our lives. She had a laughter that can only be described as an infectious and what sunshine must sound like. The kindest heart and soul of anyone you'd ever meet. In short, she was a light of good in this world. But 3 years ago, our world shattered. We spent hours waiting for word on Mary. Was she okay? Was she being sheltered by a neighborhood? Why wasn't she answering her phone? The uncertainty of these hours was second to the most agonizing pain only after the confirmation of her murder. The unimaginable pain her death has caused cannot be explained or described. It is impossible to know how it feels. To know that she was lying on the ground alone except for her beloved Scruff, who refused to leave her side. To know that she was just weeks short of her birthday and wedding, just short of meeting her first nephew. Not only will she never enjoy these precious life changes, but she will never get to celebrate holidays or birthdays with her anymore. There will be no more early morning birthday calls while she sings loudly and off key. No more texts with silly jokes or lyrics. Tom, her dad, will never have another 4th of July or firework evening with her. And I'll never have another girls' getaway weekend. Megan won't have an opportunity to grow old with a little sister. They say a sibling is the person who is the one constant in your life, knowing that we will grow old and die, but siblings will always have each other. This too is taken away from Megan. Megan had to explain to her children that their cherished and favorite chachi, which is aunt in Ukrainian, will never push them on the swing or play pretty princess with them. Was one of the hardest things she's ever had to do. Children don't understand. The level of fear that followed Mary's murder is something we never expected. You know that you have to find a way to live with the overwhelming and paralyzing pain of losing your family, but the fear of going out in public was shocking. I was terrified to go in public places, terrified to send the grandkids to school. Even now, if I cannot get in touch with my loved ones, there is a panic that was never there before. A terror that something has happened to them. Can I count the times I've checked the news for a shooting at a school where my son-in-law teaches? My daughter tracks her children now during the day just to know they're safe. If we can't reach Megan, we start calling friends. This was not a sudden, spur-of-the-moment act. This was meticulously planned, that was thought out in detail. He systematically moved through the neighborhood, attacking without care. He was searching his phone about his own attacks as it was happening. He had researched and studied the law of what could happen to him if he was caught, but he didn't plan on getting caught. He tried to take the coward's way out and avoid any sort of punishment. We thank God that he failed because it allows us some sort of justice. There will never be any closure for us. No we can ever truly recover. There will always be a dark cloud, even our most joyous moments, knowing that Mary is no longer with us. As a family, we hope As a family, we might not agree on the type of sentencing that should be given. However, we do agree that a life sentence without the chance of parole is the only answer. As we were given a life sentence on October 13th, 2022, when Mary was taken so thoughtlessly and abruptly from us. Thank you.
Ms. Marshall, is there anything else you want to let us know?
No, just that I missed my girl.
I appreciate you. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. They may, though, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call David Rattalade.
Good afternoon, sir. Push left hand on the butt, raise your right, face back.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Can you introduce yourself to the court? Spell your last name for the court.
David Rattalade, Rattelade.
And how are you employed, sir?
Sergeant with the Raleigh Police Department.
What types of, how long have you been with the Raleigh Police Department?
Almost 22 years.
And over those 22 years, what types of roles have you had there?
Patrol officer, drugs advice detective, patrol supervisor, specialty unit supervisor, and I currently supervise the auto theft unit.
back in October of 2022, what was your role, if you remember?
I was a patrol sergeant downtown.
Did you hear the calls or receive the calls regarding the incident at the Hedingham neighborhood?
I did. I was parked in a parking lot near the convention center downtown, completing admin tasks to end my shift when the calls started going out.
And when those calls started going out, what did you do?
Initially, the calls kind of sounded like a spoof call. It was kind of a trend at the time, and still every now and then, to have a active shooter call go out. Once we started hearing more information being broadcast, it was quite evident that this was the real thing.
And so where did you go?
I conducted an emergency response, traveled out of downtown on Auburn Avenue heading to Hedingham.
And when you got to Hedingham, was there any particular place that you went?
I went through the main entrance of Hedingham. It's a rather large subdivision. Went down the main roadway towards the back of the neighborhood where Bay Harbor Drive is to access the Greenway. While en route, there was additional radio traffic, officer down, additional information, citizens down in the neighborhood, and then additional information, citizens down on the Greenway.
And so as you're going, or as you're arriving in Hedingham, are you noticing other police response or law enforcement response?
It was an overwhelming response. Agencies from all over were responding. There was also a lot of citizens milling about on the sidewalks. I was yelling out my window, trying to tell them to take shelter, that this was a crime scene with an active threat, and then I made my way to Bay Harbor Drive.
Okay. And I think you described Hedingham's a pretty big subdivision or area.
Yes, sir.
The amount of people, citizens out that you saw, was that something that caught your attention, or?
It was very unusual. That was my patrol beat during the early 2000s, mid 2000s. You'd have a couple people walking dogs, stuff like that, but there was a lot of citizens out for that time of day.
So you make your way back towards what you described as the back part of the neighborhood. Where did you stop and what did you do?
Parked on Bay Harbor Drive. I saw Officer Meade, who I knew from the SWAT team. We ran a lot of cases together when I was on the drug unit. Additional officers joined us. I grabbed my patrol rifle and we formed a search team and went to look for the suspect.
And at that point, what information, if you remember, did you have about the suspect?
Young white male, camouflage clothing, long weapon, and believed to be heading to the Greenway.
And once you, how did you know where to go, or how did you decide where to go?
Where we were parked, that was very close to the Greenway. We went behind some houses on Bay Harbor Drive, sweeping the area. We accessed a dirt trail that went down into the Greenway.
Once you got on the Greenway, what did you observe?
We first encountered Miss Marshall and her dog. There was an officer there with her. We continued north towards the Neuse River around a bend where we encountered Mrs. Carnat's. There was an officer there as well. A gentleman came out of the back of a house, I believe it was off of Sapphire Valley Drive. He called out that a white male with a gun in dark camo was heading towards the river. We told him to go back inside, and we proceeded towards the river.
And when you encountered both Miss Marshall and Miss Carnat's, and there were other officers there, did you spend any time at those particular scenes?
It was very brief. We were focused on locating the shooter.
And at some point during this, did a canine officer join you guys?
Yes, Officer Kellogg and his canine were part of our team.
So where do you go after you've passed Miss Marshall and Miss Carnat's?
We're still heading north on the Greenway towards the Neuse River Bridge. We encountered some other officers, some plainclothes. It was a kind of chaotic, very rapid, large response. Citizens were told to get off the Greenway. We made it to the Neuse River Bridge, and we were joined up by additional members of the SWAT team. We fanned out a line along the bridge at the river, and K-9 and SWAT started sweeping the area for the shooter, possibly in the woods off the side of the bridge.
Okay. And when you say the Neuse River Bridge, that's kind of a bigger suspension type bridge, is that?
Correct. I would describe it as a landmark portion of the Greenway.
And when you have, you're talking about officers spreading out and searching, can you describe kind of what is the terrain there?
So the Greenway is paved with asphalt. It goes up to the concrete bridge. Off the side of the bridge where it meets the river, it's kind of a hill going down into some very, very thick brush and some wooded areas.
And from a law enforcement, or I guess tactical standpoint, what challenges did that particular area?
There was lots of places that the shooter could be possibly hiding at and lying in ambush.
And so where, if anywhere, did you go from there?
I stayed on the bridge while they were sweeping the area. At one point, the K-9 unit and SEU officers came out of the brush. They said they wanted to backtrack and check one more area. We're not 100% confident that nobody was in the brush, so me and the handful of officers stayed on the bridge to watch that area.
And was that for security for the officers that were doing the search down below?
Correct.
Now, while you're out there searching for this suspect, what, if anything, did you hear while you're out there on the bridge?
A citizen came from the north of us traveling south. We asked him if he had seen anything. He said no. We turned him around, sent him back to the north where he came from. Based on that information and where he'd been traveling, I felt that the suspect had probably deviated off of the Greenway. K-9 and SEU returned to our location, tracked across the bridge, and made a right turn into the woods.
Okay. So you went across the bridge, and then a right turn after you got off the bridge, off of the Greenway?
Yes, sir, off the Greenway. I believe that's northeast. They continued their track, and we held a line at the Neuse River Bridge just in case the suspect was either nearby or came back towards us.
And if you took a right off of the bridge into the woods, the Neuse River would have been on the right-hand side?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear anything else see or hear anything else while you were in that area that got your attention?
After a while, there was additional gunfire off in the distance and a radio broadcast for an officer down.
What did you do once you heard that?
We held our position for a little while until SCU confirmed they had the suspect contained into a barn. At that point, we knew that situation was contained. Took the officers off the bridge, and we went back to the crime scene on the Greenway.
And after you got to the crime scene on the Greenway, did you do anything while you were there?
I instructed the officers to maintain the crime scene integrity. It was getting later in the night. These were day shift officers that were already supposed to be at home. So I went back to the command post on Salehi Way to check in, to let them know what I had seen and observed, and to make arrangements for night shift officers to relieve the day shift officers.
And while you were at that command post, do you have any idea what time of day this was?
Not an exact time, but we were a couple hours into the ordeal.
So you're back at this command post that's on Salehi. What happens while you're there?
I hear a female screaming about 3 houses away.
What did you do once you heard that female screaming?
Ran into the residence with an unknown state trooper and an unknown plainclothes officer.
And what, if anything, did you do when you got in there?
Went to sweep the residence, went to the master bedroom, which is in the back right corner of the house. There was a trooper ahead of me who turned around and came back out. I went to the master bathroom and saw a victim face down in the bathroom.
The female that you heard screaming, did you have any idea who that was?
I did not know who she was, but I later learned that that was the suspect's mother.
Did you have any interaction with with anyone in that residence when you went in?
The mother was escorted out to the driveway, and I believe she was in a seated position due to her hysteria. Overheard her screaming, "My son is dead," and then, "Where's my other son, Austin?"
And I think you mentioned that did you guys immediately go and sweep the residence and secure that residence?
We did.
Okay. What, if anything, did you note while you were in the process of doing that?
The victim in the bathroom appeared to be beyond help. The bed in that bedroom had a couple of long weapons on the bed. In the open living area, there was an open gun box with a disassembled long gun that appeared to be new that hadn't been put together yet. The other bedrooms in the house had additional weapons staged, and there was a cache of ammunition stored, packaged up in sandwich bags.
Did you say sandwich bags?
Yes, sir.
And do you happen to recall, if you remember, what type of ammunition this was?
Shotgun shells.
After clearing the residence, what did you do?
EMS was brought into the residence to make an official declaration of death. EMS was escorted back out of the residence. Went to the driveway to maintain scene security of the residence. An unknown officer roped off the area with crime scene tape. Officers from another jurisdiction assisted with maintaining crime scene security. I went to the command post and was tasked with getting a team together to canvass the street.
And when you say canvass the street, that's kind of knocking on doors, seeing if anybody saw anything.
Knocking on doors, making sure that people are okay, and determining if they saw anything pertinent.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, how would you describe this law enforcement response?
This is one of the biggest moments in my career. I've never seen a response this large. I think every agency in the county, to include state and federal partners, arrived. We even had officers, I believe, from outside the county show up.
And when you first were arriving in Hedingham, fair to say that that was a chaotic scene?
It was.
Thank you, Sergeant Rattalade.
Any questions?
No questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next witness is Lieutenant Rigsby.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Rigsby. Yes, sir. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face the Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant. Please introduce yourself to the judge.
Sir, good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Jamie Rigsby with the Raleigh Police Department.
Lieutenant, how long have you been with Raleigh?
Going on 25 years.
Okay. What unit are you currently assigned to?
So I'm currently assigned as the lieutenant over the Raleigh Intelligence Center, our real-time crime center.
In 2022, what were your duties and where were you assigned?
Sure, I was a sergeant and I led a team of aggravated assault detectives.
At some point on October the 13th of 2022, did you respond to the Hedingham neighborhood?
Yes, I did.
What brought you to that neighborhood?
Sure. As it's been said, Sergeant Powell was our robbery sergeant. I was the aggravated assault sergeant. We worked at the same time. There was a call that went out to the Hedingham community regarding an active shooter. The detectives began cross-referencing the information that was given to them by dispatch because we had a rash of swatting calls or prank active shooter calls. Once one of the detectives verified that they were able to verify the number as an actual number, we became concerned and we all immediately left.
Okay. Now, we've heard that from several officers,
Sure.
right? And that we initially thought this was a swatting or a phony phone call type deal. Now, that didn't mean that the police didn't respond to that location and take it seriously immediately. Just the size of the response changed once you realized what it was.
That's correct. So the 911 call was placed. And when that 911 call is placed, our field operations officer is already en route to that. All that we did on the back end was try to be proactive to see if they're in any assistance, because if this is actually true, then it's going to be an immediate response by everyone that we have available. But we don't want to use all those resources every time that you cry wolf. So we wanted to verify it, and once we were able to verify it, then it was a all hands on deck response.
Okay. And so we've heard a little bit about this command center on Sahaley Way. Can you describe for us what that is?
Sure. It's not what you think in the TV or the movies. This happened so quick, and it was an evolving scene that was very fluid, that the command center was actually the hood of a police car, police vehicle, and it was right in the center of Sahaley Way, and then the cross street that comes through that I don't remember the exact name of that.
Okay. And so is that just kind of like the centralized location that, all right, this is where we're going to kind of have to run all this from for the time being?
That's correct, because upon my arrival, not all the victims had been found yet. We were still victims were still being discovered. So that was kind of that was the first known. Lynn and Nicole were the first victims that were known. So the first 911 call that was placed, and then shortly after that, it was one after another. So the first responders responded to Sahaley Way first, and so as people are getting the additional calls, they essentially just keep the same address, and so people then go to that address and get spread out from there. So that's kind of how everybody converged at first.
Okay, and that was at that 5355 Sahaley Way.
Yes, sir.
Where you said Lynn and Nicole were initially shot.
That's correct.
Right. And as you said, it's an evolving situation, and you're finding out more and more people are involved victim-wise as the night is going on.
Yes, sir.
All right. When you responded, did you respond to that 5355 Sahaley Way address?
Well, I couldn't get quite to it, but yes, I responded to the road. Then I walked up to where that impromptu command post was, which was just outside of that address. So yes.
At some point, were you able to inspect and look around that crime scene where the two, Nicole and Lynn, had been initially found?
Yes, I was able to.
Okay. And in general, kind of what was that like?
So it was like a homicide scene. Prior to being the leader of the aggravated assault squad, I was a homicide detective, and it looked just like a shooting scene or a homicide scene. There were spent shell casings, two different types of ammunition. There was a deceased canine that was there, and I just remember blood on the steps and blood on the sidewalk, like the walkway up to the steps.
And when you say there were two different types of fired rounds, were they shotgun and 9mm?
They were. So when I didn't know that at first, but I knew one was a shotgun. I knew one was a pistol round.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 5. Take a moment and look through that and tell me if those appear to be photographs of that porch scene at 5355 Sahaley Way.
Yes, sir, they do.
And some of those are from the street?
That's correct.
And some are closer up?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you remember it?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the State would seek to introduce State's Exhibit number 5 and publish on the screen.
Any objection?
No objection to the admission, Your Honor. There are a couple photographs I'm concerned about going on the screen.
Mr. Latour, could I see this?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Could I see this?
Yes.
I'll have a publication of photographs.
May I approach?
Yes. Are you ready, Mr. Poole?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Lieutenant, just to orient us, if you are looking at this first photograph, which is 3244 in State's Exhibit 5, kind of where is the house that we are talking about, 5355 Sahaley Way?
So to my recollection, the command post would have been behind this picture. So, and then the residence would be over on the right. This picture really doesn't give me a good bearing. The next ones will, but if I recollect, it's on the right with a garage door open.
All right. Well, I want to point out a couple things. I think right here, here, and here, there appear to be placards.
Yes.
Is that where shotgun cartridges were located that have been spent?
Yes.
Okay. The next photograph is 3247. We're kind of more in front of the residence now.
Yes, sir.
And again, you can see those placards, and including one in the just by the mailbox. Those are the shotgun shells.
Yes.
At least the ones in the street. Is this the porch that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And is there a little walkway that leads from the driveway to the porch?
That is correct.
All right. And going to the next photograph, which is 3262. We're closer up.
That's correct. You're walking up toward the sidewalk that goes up to the driveway. I mean, the steps.
Be here to the left.
Yes.
And again, we've got more placards.
That's correct.
Now, also, we see here a Lexus in the garage. You know, was that Lexus damaged?
Yes, it was. I recollect that there's fluid there on the ground of the garage. A round had struck that radiator, I believe.
Okay. And the next photo is 3505. Are we making our way now up the porch?
We are walking up the porch to the front door.
And to the left, to the right, we see the dog. Is that the dog that you said was deceased?
That is correct.
Were you able to tell what led to the death of the dog?
It was a gunshot.
Okay. And we see some other placards on the porch. Are those, at least some of those, indicating the handgun cartridges that you talked about?
That is correct.
And the next photo is 3514. Is this red stuff obviously blood?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this kind of how the scene appeared when you observed it?
Yes.
We can see some plants and things that are knocked over. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, 3769 in State's Exhibit 5. Is this just a little further up?
That's correct. That's further over toward the side of the railing.
Now, looking here in the center, just above placard 18, there appear to be some scales and orange paper. Do you know what those were?
It's indicative of gunshots or bullet holes.
If we zoom in on it, that might help.
That is correct. That would be a bullet hole, and it's been placard to get the measurement.
Okay, and those are done by, at the time, CCBI, who would show up, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. While you were there, you have a chance to kind of look at this crime scene. Do you interact with any of the witnesses or people who were located at that residence?
I do. I was notified that the husband of one of the victims was present and was standing there, so I did go to speak with him.
Was that Tracy Howard?
That is correct.
And when you spoke to him, where did you speak to him?
I spoke to him just down from that crime scene, right in the middle of the street.
Okay. And was he able to give you information about what he had observed?
Yes, he was extremely helpful.
Okay. And when you spoke to him, where did you have him go, or what did you have him do?
Sure. Again, still fluid situation. Everything's evolving, coming in right now. I asked him if he had any friends or family that were local that he could go and just hang out with for a little bit until we got further information for him. He stated yes, that there was a neighbor, friend down the street that he could go and stay with for a little bit.
Did he do that?
He did.
And while he's doing that, what are you doing?
We're still trying to find out who our shooter is, kind of what's going on. It was kind of, a lot of information was come in, be pulled in this direction, that direction. I was in constant contact with Sergeant Powell, and then a few of my detectives, when we all left together, they kind of spread out. I had one go to the hospital. I had others canvass the neighborhood. We all went to different crime scenes.
At this point in time, from the first 911 call until what we're talking about now, do you know who the shooter is?
I have no idea.
Had he been located?
So at the point that we're talking about right now, with me talking to Tracy, no. Sometime later, he was, for lack of better terms, pinned down in a location. I was notified, so I knew that he had been pinned down. He hadn't been located yet.
Approximately how long are we talking about that you're out there before he's, as you've said, pinned down?
It seemed like days, but in the grand scheme of things, it was maybe 45 minutes, maybe an hour. But that's just my recollection.
While you were there and waiting on this, trying to get information, what's the next thing of significance that you find out about?
Yeah, so while I'm there, one of my detectives went straight to the hospital. He called me. He told me that Officer Torres had died. Sorry. The deputy chief was standing next to me, and I told him that news. And we pressed on because we had a job to do. Sometime after that, the news was coming in to me that people were being found dead. I was told that the person at the hospital had died. So I went down to tell Tracy that.
Okay. When you went down to tell Tracy that, at this point we've learned of the individuals at the porch, we've learned about Officer Torres, and you've now learned about the other people being found on the Greenway, correct?
Yes.
But still no location of the shooter, or by now do you know?
Oh, so by now I know that Officer Clark's been shot. I know that he's been taken to the hospital, and I know that SEU is working that operation. But to be quite honest, that wasn't of my real concern. And I knew that division's handling that. I need to focus on my task here. So yes, I knew all that was going on. So it was sometime later as it's evolving. But I did want to try to. I felt I needed to get Tracy to the hospital.
Okay. And so did you go down there and make some efforts to have that happen?
I did.
Okay. And ultimately, was he able to get to the hospital?
To my understanding, yes.
All right. As you are walking back to the command center area, what happens next that catches your attention?
Sure. So it was actually, it first caught my attention on the way down to talk to Tracy initially.
Well, what caught your attention then?
Yes, sir. On my way down, there was a SUV that was pulling up the Sahaley Way. And I thought that was odd because traffic had been blocked off to that neighborhood for quite some time at this point. The vehicle stops, and I'm one-track mind, just going, but I just remember the vehicle stopping. There was a female that I later found out to be the defendant's mother that got out of the vehicle. We made eye contact with each other, and I didn't say anything. I just kind of thought it was odd, but she said to me, she's like, I live right there. And I said, okay. And so she walked toward that house. I went and spoke to Tracy and the neighbor. Then on my way back up, I saw that the garage door was open on the house that she said was her house.
Okay. And was that ultimately 5345 Sahaley Way?
Yes, that's correct. It was two houses down. There was a house. So from where the first crime scene was, or the crime scene that I was at, there was a house in the middle. So the porch, then there was a house in the middle, and then there was this house.
Okay.
So on the way back, I noticed the garage door being opened, and the female is now inside the garage, and she's banging on the door from the garage to the house. And she's saying, Austin, open, or kids, it's me. She may have said the names. I think she did say the names. It's mom, open the door. It's mom, open the door. She then left from there, went to the front door of the residence, up on the front porch, and was beating on the door. It's mom, open the door. It's mom, open the door. I saw her get down and kind of walk to the side of the house. I honestly, I was like, there was lots of people trying to get in their houses and different things, and I thought maybe that the kids were just hunkered down in there because people were shelter in place, that sort of thing. So I continued on to where the command post was to report back, hey, I took care of this assignment, and make a plan of what we need to do next.
So when you get back to the command post, after seeing her walking around, knocking on the doors, calling out, what's the next thing that, if anything, that draws your attention to that house?
There was a scream that I'll never forget. I've never heard it before. And I ran down there, and there was a trooper and Rattalade and some other officers. The trooper went in first. The lady's still screaming, like she will not stop screaming. Went in the house. At this time, we went in the garage door, so somehow she had gotten the garage door to the house open. The trooper went ahead first. I went in right behind him, and I immediately knew that this wasn't right. Like honestly, I thought this is the house. This is our shooter's house. I saw ammo all over the place. I saw guns strewn about all over the place. As officers were coming in behind me, I went with the trooper. We went, and then so Rattalade was there as well, and we found a white male in the bathroom floor.
And that would be the primary bathroom?
That would be the primary bathroom. He was in the back, and he was on the floor.
And when you say he was on the floor, could you tell that he had been injured?
Yes. So as I stated earlier, I was a homicide detective, aggravated assault detective, been to countless crime scenes, and there was I'd never seen that much blood inside the bathroom. So I immediately knew that he was beyond help. At that point, there was just so much blood covering him.
Where was the defendant's mother at this point in time?
So she was located, and I want to say it was a bathroom of the house, or it's like a bathroom when you go in, maybe off the garage, but there was a room there.
A separate bathroom, though?
That's correct, yeah, right when we went in, because we kind of went past her, because other people were coming in behind us. They had removed her at this point and taken her outside of the garage and sat her down in the driveway to try to get her some medical attention. She was extremely hysterical, but that's where she was at that point.
And once you clear the house, make sure there's nobody else in the residence, where do you go from there?
Sure. So as I'm coming back out of the house, we're clearing the house, making sure no one else is there. I go into what was a bedroom. Inside the bedroom, there was ammo strewn about there on the bed, and then there was also a handwritten note.
And were you able to determine at some point whose bedroom that was?
I later found out that it was the defendant's bedroom.
And did you collect any of that evidence at that point, or what did you do at?
Well, so at this point, it was my recollection that like the shooter was pinned down in a barn, but we didn't know who he was. So I was trying to gather as much information as I could about who this shooter was, because I believed that this was our shooter, and the only way to get that was to look to see. Well, one, I saw a note there, so I wanted to see what is this about, and then two, I wanted to speak with the mom because she clearly could have some information, maybe shed light that I could give to people that were out at the barn if we needed to negotiate with this individual or just get some more information.
So you read the note at least in part?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after you did that, did you go out and try and talk to his mother?
I did. I went out and spoke to her, and she kept saying that we had to find who did this because they had that her son was missing and that he was probably scared. But she just kept repeating that, and I point blank I told her, I said, I think your son's involved in this.
Did she give you his information about his name, telephone number, anything like that?
I believe I got the names. I don't remember if I got the telephone numbers, but I do know that I got their both the boys' names.
And she told you that the deceased son was James?
That is correct.
And that the son that was missing at this point in her mind was Austin, the defendant?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And based on the information that she had provided you and what you read in the note, did you feel confident at that point that he was the individual who you were all looking for?
Without a doubt.
We're going to recess here and begin tomorrow morning, sir. I'll ask you to come back and resume your position tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
We'll begin at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Superior Court being recessed till tomorrow morning, 09:30 hours.